page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, and 15. Honourable members, in the absence of any correction, the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 9th June 2026 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Now, let's turn to the official report of Friday, 29th May 2026. Honourable members, it is for your correction. Any corrections? Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, may I humbly invite you to column 8, the second paragraph, line 2. In brackets, I'm sure the word is supposed to be offense, and it's over here, offense north. So if the clerks at table could take note and correct.
Thank you for the observation. Clerks at table, take note and do the necessary corrections. Any further corrections on the official report of Friday, 29th May 2026? All members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official reports of Friday, 29th May 2026 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the ministers are here, so we would like to do questions for now.
Is the Minister for Interior also here?
He is on his way coming, but Minister of Road is here.
Very well. So we'll start with the questions for Minister responsible for roads. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader. Yes. Are you in agreement? The application is that.
As agree.
Very
no
well.
Objections. Thank
very
you.
Well, very well. So, honourable members will turn to page 4 of today's order paper and start with question numbered 600, standing in the name of Alhaji Alhassan Mumuni, Member of Parliament for Salaga North. The road minister is already seated, so you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the plans of the ministry to construct the following roads. Palbe Kushini Nyeshila Gbateni Road. 2. Nyeshila Zankum Chongashe Road. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the roads mentioned above, we do not have any programs on them currently. Engineering design studies will be carried out on these roads for consideration upon the availability of funds. That's the number 1, Palbe, Kushini, Nyeshia, Betini Road. Number 2, the Nyeshia Zankum Chongashi Road. Mr. Speaker, we do not have any program on this one as well currently. Engineering design studies will be carried out on the road for consideration upon availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I would surely be visiting the minister to see how we can facilitate.
Your visit to the
Thank you.
minister is not a supplementary question. This is a constituency-specific question. We then move to question number 616, standing in the name of Honorable Shirley Che, Member of Parliament for Echima, Mobiaja South. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I have the authorization of the honorable member, but
Please
I wish
do.
to take the leave. Under Order 88, I wish to take the leave.
Please do.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the construction of the following abandoned roads will be resumed and completed. Mankro Agogo to Kridie and Supreme Savior to Canaan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Macro Agogo to Twedie Road, this road goes through a number of communities in the Echima Nubiaja municipality. It starts from Abwakwa, Nkawie, and then ends at Twedie Trabom Road. Mr. Speaker, the second one, which is Supreme Savior to Canaan, similarly, the route traverses mostly residential properties and schools with 2 streams crossing. Current program. There is currently no program for the following roads under DUR: Macro Agogo, Twedie Road, and then Supreme Savior to Canaan Church Road. Engineering studies and cost estimate have been carried out on the roads for consideration upon availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, do you have any supplementary question?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we wish to know the definite date, the timeline as to when this roads will start and then the completion date, please. Thank you. If the Honorable Minister can give us.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, fortunately, it is this House that decides what we do at the ministry in terms of budgetary allocation. We have already carried out some engineering studies, so as soon as this House makes funds available, we shall start those projects.
Any further question?
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
This is also a constituency specific. We now move to question number 641, standing in the name of Honorable Ebenezer Alumire Ndebila, Member of Parliament for Zebila. Honorable members, in the absence of the member, I would ask that the answer to the question be transmitted to the member. Let's move to question number 642, standing in the name of Chunibua, Honorable Chunibua Kodua Foku, Member of Parliament for Manso Nkwanta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the updates on the road between Trebum and Weso, number 1, which is 16 kilometers, and then Trebum bypass, 0.9 kilometers, which is an addendum to the rehabilitation of Mankranso Junction to Tepa Road, which has not progressed, and the contractor has left site. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the roads mentioned by the honourable member are roads currently under contract, and it's called the Trabom Nwiaso number 1 road. It's a 16-kilometer road, and the Trabom bypass, about 1 kilometer addition, was awarded under the contract titled Rehabilitation of Trabom and Nwiaso number 2 road, and the Trabom road bypass, 0.9 of a kilometer. The project commenced on the 28th of December 2023 and was scheduled to be completed by 27th December 2025. Works have been stalled due to delayed payment for works done and not paid for. Current progress is just 6%, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the minister if he is aware or he has any information on the fact that this is a key road in the area and its deteriorating condition is affecting economic conditions seriously in the area. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt this is an important road. That is why we are spending public funds to fix it. I would assure my colleague that we'll do whatever it takes to get the contractor back to site. Government is working and retiring arrears, but indeed we still owe a lot of contractors. The contractor currently is Kofi Job and is capable of doing the work. We have since managed to get him back to a number of sites where he's working. So I'm sure in due course he will return and complete those works as well. Thank you.
Any further question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. I would be grateful. I mean, I know you've given the assurance. If you could give some indication, we are in June, let's say by next quarter, some action will take place there. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yes, Honorable Member. There are only 2 actions. He either get back to site and work, or we terminate and get somebody more competent to do the work. Unfortunately, there's a contract, and we need to respect the provisions of the contract. So it will not be just my effort, but it has to be within the law. So that is why I'm saying that we'll do whatever we can to persuade him to come back to site. But there's a deadline beyond which, if he doesn't come to site, we terminate and get somebody who is more committed to do the work.
All right. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. No further questions. Thank you.
Honorable members, this is also a constituency-specific question. We move to question number 662, standing in the name of Honorable Issa Atta, Member of Parliament for Sameruku.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Issa Atta has turned down the question. He said he's no longer asking the question again.
So the question should be struck out as withdrawn.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Very
Thank
well.
you.
Yes.
Does it lie in the bosom of the leader, or we need
So,
to
Leader, do you have the authority to do so?
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I have his authority. I called him and he said I should stand down the question for him.
No, standing the question down is different from withdrawing the question. He doesn't have a right to say that the question should be stood down for him. If the application is to have the question withdrawn,
No longer interested in the question.
so it's not standing it down, it's withdrawing the question.
Withdrawing the question, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, leave is accordingly granted for same to be withdrawn. We move to question number 665, standing in the name of Honourable Stanley Yao, Nandaya, Member of Parliament for Ulensi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The right pronunciation is Nandaya. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the plans of the ministry to salvage the metal bridge at Igambo in the Wolensi constituency, which has eroded due to torrential rains. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is no program on this road and bridge currently. Engineering design studies have been carried out on the road, which includes the approaches to the existing steel bridge for consideration upon availability of funds.
Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister what plans, what immediate measures can be put in place to have some gutters around the bridge, that same metal bridge, to channel water into the river instead of the water flowing freely into the river and causing this damage. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the only sustainable solution will be to do the backfill, to fill the approaches, which will be safer to do than to do anything else. So we'll rather focus on building the approaches and to make the water flow under the bridge and leave the road surface for motorists. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad. I'm okay with the answer.
Very well. Let's move to question number 666, standing in the name of Honorable Simon Akibangi Worigo, Member of Parliament for Navrongo Central. Yes.
Speaker, respectfully, I have the authorization of the member to seek your permission to ask the question on his behalf.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Gumongo to Monyoro to Natumnia Road bridges will be attended to. Thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable Minister. For new jobbing.
Mr. Speaker, I come under Order 8083 under the authorization of the Honorable Member, seeking your permission to.
Please go ahead.
Most grateful, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the only traffic light in the new Jobbing constituency will be fixed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the maintenance of the aforementioned traffic signal system is captured under the contract titled Maintenance of Traffic Signals for Selected Urban Areas, Zone 1. The contract commenced on the 17th of October 2019 for completion by 16th of October 2024, which was later revised to 3rd October 2025. The traffic signal system has stopped functioning due to theft and vandalism of the traffic controller. The nature of the damage required the replacement of the entire controller. The contractor has placed an order for the importation of the new controller, and it is expected that the installation will be carried out by the end of the fourth quarter of 2026. Mr. Speaker, additionally, let me just put this on record. We have about 415 traffic lights across the country. Over 60% are working. Many times when you see the traffic lights not working, it is on many occasions deliberate, where people go and vandalize the chambers and steal the controllers. Some people actually vandalize the chambers and take the metal components and sell them as scrap metals. and then sometimes vehicles drive into them and then run away, and the value of the vehicles are less than sometimes the value of the things they've damaged. And this is widespread, and then we are appealing to the public to report any such vandalism to us. The irony is that even there was one in front of the police headquarters was also stolen. So that tells you the level of problem we have in the country.
Any further question?
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was interested, the minister touched on it a bit, and that has to do with after the installation at the end of the fourth quarter, what practical steps are we going to take, or is the ministry going to take to protect these traffic installations from those thefts and vandalization? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's a limit to what the ministry can do in protecting the installation. Surely the controllers will have to be placed somewhere. And it is not, you cannot do it virtually. It has to be somewhere. It is also important that whilst we take steps to improve the security of this, we also encourage our compatriots to be kind enough to know that there's no virtue in stealing these things. Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, the Accra-Detema end of the motorway interchange was completed. And there was a month within which there was a lot of complaint about the traffic lights not working. Mr. Speaker, has nothing to do with power supply or anything. Somebody broke into the chamber and stole all the cables underground. We have managed to replace the cables, and it's now working. Mr. Speaker, it is very common that people basically break into. We try to start piloting some of the solar ones, which are portable. Somehow, people find it attractive to steal the whole thing, even try to sell the poles as scrap. So there's a limit to what the ministry can do. But I want to take the opportunity to thank members of the public who have been very vigilant these days. This morning I met the Economic Committee, and I commended the police and members of the public who helped us to arrest a gentleman who was removing the guardrails on the, Obechebi Lamte interchange, which was built just recently. That gentleman is currently serving 2-year jail term, and to serve as a deterrent to others in the future. The same way, somebody carried overload, a load that was higher than what is recommended, and then struck the underside of the footbridge at Noga Hill. A member of the public notified us. We directed the driver to report himself to the police. He did, and is now helping highways to repair the underside of that footbridge at his own cost. So we want more of this where the public can report this to us to be able to do this. Hopefully that will serve as a deterrent enough to stop others from trying to do that.
Any further question?
That is so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the ministry that there is a technology that can put some surveillance on the traffic light to be able to identify persons that come around those areas.
Honourable Member, don't you think you are breaching Order 88.7C?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, it's just a commentary to assist the minister that we will engage further to get that thing done. Mr. Speaker,
can you read Order 88.7C?
Mr. Speaker, I'm fully guided by your instructions.
Very well.
So
do you have any further question? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister answered that the contractors have been importing from outside to fix this traffic light, which is a major national problem. I'd like to know from the minister if the ministry has plans to encourage the manufacture of these traffic lights here in Ghana so that locally they can be replaced, repaired, and the new designs done such that we can put in.
Honourable Member, kindly ask a specific question.
Mr. Speaker, I've asked a specific question. Yeah. The specific question is that does the ministry
file a specific question?
Oh, okay, because he introduced that in his statement. Yes. That's...
So we move to question number 669, standing in the name of Honourable Elvis Jose Mensah Dapa, Member of Parliament for Ahafo Ano Southwest.
Thank you,
Honourable
Mr.
Member,
Speaker.
you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the progress of work on the Domia inner roads.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the road mentioned above, the current program is the Domiabra Town Roads was awarded under the contract titled Bitumen Surfacing of Domiabra Town Road, 4 kilometers. The contract commenced on the 6th of October 2021 for completion by 6th of October 2022. The contract has since been terminated due to non-performance by the contractor. The contract will be repackaged for a new award upon availability of funds.
Yes, any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways that can I get the timelines for the repackaging?
Honourable Minister, timeline.
Mr. Speaker, the repackaging can be done as soon as we have availability of funds. Indeed, the project has already been awarded and terminated, so it's a matter of putting together the cost to complete and then getting funds for it. Unfortunately, this house is the place that allocations are made for projects to be completed. So as soon as we make enough funds available for that project, it will be carried out.
Any further question?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'll contact the Minister for further engagement.
All members, let's move to question number 703, standing in the name of Honourable Laurentia Jiwonu, Member of Parliament for Ekwapim South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May I have your permission to stand in for Honourable Laurentia, who has given me his authority to do so.
Who has given you?
His authority to.
Very well. Go ahead.
To ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the current status of the Kitasi-Domi Road in the Eastern Region and what plans as well as timelines the Ministry has put in place to ensure the timely construction of the road.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the current program, the Domi Kitasi Road, was awarded under the contract title Rehabilitation of Domi to Kitasi Road. The project involved the upgrading of the urban section 4.7 kilometers into a dual carriageway and the rural section 4.7 kilometers, 4.7 to 19.1 into a single carriageway with additional link roads serving Ashesi University 3.9 kilometers. Disruptions to the project's funding arrangement, including the Ghana Domestic Debt Exchange Program, significantly affected the contractor's program and delivery. Disbursement from the Curative Fund stopped in December 2022. The project has now been designated under the government Priority Big Push project to ensure the resumption and completion of the works. The contractor has since remobilized to site and works are ongoing.
Any supplementary?
No, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Minister, on behalf of the House, I thank you for attending upon the House to respond to all the 10 questions scheduled for you. We sincerely thank you. You are hereby discharged. Honourable members, the Honourable Minister for the Interior, scheduled to also answer some questions, is here. May I invite him to take the designated seat? Whilst I call the first question, which stands in the name of the honorable member for Clote Cole, Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please, I have the authority of Honorable Zanato Ajiman Rollins to seek your permission to ask the question.
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior the status of the investigations into the armed robbery incident that occurred at a gold shop in Adabraka on 2nd November 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I answer the question, I want to amend the answer on the order paper to include the most current update on the case, if you permit me.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, to add that on the 8th of April 2026, all suspects were granted bail with a total bail sum of 15 million Ghana cedis, with 4 surety, all to be justified with landed property. The case was adjourned to 15th June 2026. This is just what I wanted to add to the answer.
Very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 2nd of November 2024, in the broad daylight on set, Obole and Isaac Jemfi, customers of client Amo Bafo, complainant, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Executive Officer of Cabes Jewelry visited the complainant's jewelry shop located at Adabraka Market area to transact in gold. After a successful transaction, the funds realized from the transaction was loaded in the boot of a red Toyota Corolla saloon car with registration number GE 4840-2024. Some moments later, when they moved the Toyota Corolla in their bid to deposit the money, being the proceeds of the gold sold at the bank, armed robbers in face masks who were on board the Toyota Highlander vehicle with registration number GN 7357-19 and wielding AK-47 assault rifle crossed the Toyota Corolla with the Toyota Highlander vehicle, alighted amidst firing multiple shots in the air and on the ground with the view of scaring off the crowd, shots the driver in charge of the Toyota Corolla in both legs and succeeded in robbing the victims of an amount of 7,500,000 Ghana cedis, which was parked in the boot of the Toyota Corolla. They also entered the gold shop at gunpoint and robbed 620 grams of gold valued at 863,688 Ghana cedis belonging to the complainant and escaped. The action the police took, Mr. Speaker, police had information of the incident and activated its surveillance system with the view to track and trace suspects. Through sustained intelligence, on 20th November, Mr. Speaker, that's after almost a year, 2025, Salim Mohammed at Farin Water was arrested at Crystal Hospital at Ashama to assist investigation for his involvement in the robbery incident. Following Salim's arrest, Ilyas Al-Hassan, alias Arab Man, and Hamza Grigor, alias Lambert, alias Ni Boko, were also arrested on 7 January 2026 at Ashama in relation to their involvement in the robbery. On 14 January 2026, Abdul Samed Bonsiabo at Touch, alias Touch, was arrested at Ashama, New York, for his involvement in the robbery incident. On the 19th of January 2026, police received information that Fatau Ibrahim, alias Motorway, and Abubakar Sadiq, alias 50 Cent, have been sighted at Pong Katamanso near Ashama after being on the run for several months based on their involvement in the robbery incident. Based on the information received, police proceeded to the said location on fact-finding mission and possible arrest. However, they had information of the presence of police and escaped arrest. Sensing danger of their possible arrest to assist investigation, they surrendered themselves to the Police Intelligence Directorate, Police Headquarters, where they were subsequently arrested for investigation. Subsequently, Solomon Nati Lano, alias Rasta, was also arrested at Somia to assist investigation. However, Baba Chika, alias Oil Money, is currently still at large. Mr. Speaker, a thorough search conducted at the house of Ilyasu Al-Hassan, alias Arab Man, and Hamza Gregor, alias Lambert, alias Ni Boku, led to the retrieval of 43 rounds of AK-47 assault rifle ammunition, 249 BB cartridge, 2 pump-action guns, 4 police bulletproof vests, a pair of black police boots, and a Gota handset. Upon interrogation, Elias Al-Hassan, alias Arab Man, claimed ownership of the aforementioned items. On 14th January 2026, the Toyota Highlander, which was used for the robbery, was retrieved from the residence of a witness without any registration number plate fixed on it. The vehicle was found to have been resprayed from the initial color as captured on the CCTV footage by the Emergency Command Center, Police Headquarters, Accra, on 1st November 2024 and 2nd November 2024 to a blue color to outweigh the police. Mr. Speaker, on 17 February 2026, an identification parade was conducted at the Criminal Investigations Department headquarters, and Salim Mohammed, alias Farinwata, Abubakar Abdul Samad Bonsiabo, alias Touch, Fatau Ibrahim, alias Motorway, Bubakar Sadiq, alias 50 Cent, and Solomon Nati Lano, alias Rasta, were identified by witnesses for their involvement in the crime. Mr. Speaker, the crime scene was visited with suspects and reconstructed to show how the occurrence unfolded on the 2nd November 2024. Mr. Speaker, after investigation, accused persons were charged and arraigned before the Honorable Court and were remanded to police custody. Their last court date was 24th March 2026, and the case was adjourned to 8th April 2026. Duplicate case docket has been forwarded to Attorney General's Department for study and advice and prosecution. However, Mr. Speaker, like I amended the answer, on the 8th of April, all suspects were granted bail with a total bail sum of 15 million Ghana cedis, with 4 surety, all to be justified with landed property. The case was adjourned to 15th June 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
No, Mr. Speaker.
We then move to question numbered 686, also standing in the name of Dr. Zaneto Ajima Rollins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the authority of the Honorable Zaneto Ajima Rollins to ask your permission to ask the question to the Honorable Interior Minister. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior the steps being taken to address the incidents of violent crimes that occurred at the Ni and Mujib cluster of schools in Adabraka on 6 February 2025 and 15th March 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 6th of February 2025, a group of young men suspected to be drug users chased a young boy to the school premises. The security man on duty prevented the suspected drug users from entering the school premises. The drug users became offended and beat the security man. He collapsed and was rushed to the police hospital for treatment. He was later referred to the 37 military hospital for further treatment and was admitted for some days and discharged. Investigations into the case is still ongoing to apprehend the perpetrators. Greater Accra Regional Police Command has since deployed patrol team to the place to conduct vigorous patrol in the area in order to avoid future occurrence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
No supplementary
Very
question,
well.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, let's move to question number 571, standing in the name of Honourable Akwesi Jemfi Onyine Achampong.
Mr. Speaker, I have the authority from the honourable member to
Please
seek
go
for
ahead.
recognition. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what institutional or operational lapses were identified by the Ghana Police Service and the other security agencies in their post-incident review of the Ablaze violence and how these will be addressed ahead of future elections.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the post-incident review conducted by the Ghana Police Service and other security agencies following the Ablekuma North constituency by-election violence identified several institutional and operational lapses that affected the overall management of the event. In response to these findings, the Ghana Police Service took deliberate and structured steps to address the weaknesses. Among the measures implemented were the establishment of an election security intelligence cell to enhance early warning system and risk analysis, strengthening of interagency collaboration through unified command structure, and improvement in the resource deployment and rapid response capability. The service also intensified training for officers in crowd control and de-escalation, instituted stricter accountability and reporting mechanism, and enhanced its public information and stakeholder engagement strategy to build transparency and trust. Mr. Speaker, the lessons learned from the Ablekuma North experience were given due attention and effectively integrated into subsequent security election operations. This strategic adjustment translated into a successful, peaceful, and incident-free conduct of the Akutia by-election. The Ghana Police Service received commendation from the Electoral Commission, the political parties, election observers, and the general public for its professionalism, proactive intelligence gathering, timely deployment, and impartial enforcement during the Akutia polls. The performance of the service at Akutia stands as a clear evidence of institutional learning, improved operational coordination, and enhanced public confidence in the capability of the Ghana Police Service to provide effective election security across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker. Can the Minister be specific about some of the institutional and operational lapses that were identified?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like I rightly said, one of the major things was like the lack of coordination among the security agencies. It's like they go to the election, everybody has his own plan, and they just go in, and therefore sometimes when there's a problem, you don't even know who is to be allowed to be in charge. So this is one major thing that was dealt with, was identified and was dealt with effectively. Two, de-escalation. When you are at a police station and something happened, and then there's some kind of chaos, what do you do? Because there was no coordination, they were all handling it differently. And sometimes they stand aloof thinking that maybe the national security should handle, or the prisons should handle, or immigration should be the one, or the police is the one to handle it. This was identified, and they also work to make sure that when there's the need to de-escalate, they know who to talk to. 3, they also identify intelligence, on the ground before, during, and after, as also another lapse. And this was also enhanced to the extent that you realize that in the case of Akutia, when they went to Akutia and the other elections, they had to even go ahead days before to mount switch cameras so they can see what is happening, who is going in and who is going out. All these things were identified, and Mr. Speaker, they were dealt with, and now it has become part of their modus operandi, how they will be operating into the future. So I want to assure my colleague that a lot of lessons were learned from the Ablaze North by-election, and a lot has been done since to ensure that should we have any by-election, some of the things that happen should not happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question?
Yes, please. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the minister, but on that very day, we saw few men who flew like rocket or jet
Please
to knock Honorable
kindly
Howard
respect
Kunsin.
Order 88.7.
It is in line with refuse.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to know that those people who knocked Honorable Howard Kunsin down, were they identified?
Please file a fresh question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister indicated in his response that some of the lapses that were identified included intelligence amongst others. My question to the Honourable Minister is that the officers, the individuals that were caught on camera having assaulted others, whether the camera having identified them, they've been
Please file a
arrested.
fresh question.
Oh, Speaker, this is directly in line with
The
this.
question is on institutional lapse.
Yes. But that's an institutional lapse, identifying people.
Please file a fresh question.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
All members.
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, can I come up with
Yes.
another supplementary question? Mr. Speaker, according to the minister in his response, he said that the service also intensified training for officers in crowd control and de-escalation and instituted stricter accountability and reporting mechanisms. I would like to find out from the Honourable Minister whether the reporting format that came from the incident that happened in Ablekuma have all been addressed according to the police. I thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can assure my colleague that yes, almost all the incidents that were reported were dealt with, including even those in the assault and this, and people were prosecuted. Yeah, they were presented before the court, they were prosecuted. Some of them received lofty fines, and they had to pay those fines. Some were remanded for days before even the court. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure him that yes, and that's one of the things that I commend the IGP and his team for taking those lessons seriously, and that's what culminated into a very peaceful by-election in Akutia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Speaker, I want to ask the Honourable Minister that he's indicated that, or admitted that there were some institutional and operational lapses. To the extent Honourable Mevizawa Kumsin was beaten, do we know those who engaged in the beating of Honourable Mevizawa Kumsin?
Question overruled.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Parliament of the Republic. Speaker, it's not for me to challenge your authority, but flowing from his answers, these are things we are all being advised
That is
on
what exactly you are doing.
and educated on, Speaker. Speaker, because if our commission was beaten and we are able to get some institutional lapses and we have been able to identify the people, even a deterrence from
Honorable Deputy Minority Whip, your question is overruled.
Very well,
if you
Speaker.
have another question, you
Speaker,
may go ahead and ask.
Thank you.
Honourable members, let's move to question number 596, standing in the name of Felix Akwete Oakley, Member of Parliament for Botiano, English, Amanfro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the authority of Mr. Felix Akwete Oakley, may I have your permission to read this?
Please go ahead.
To ask the Minister for the Interior what plans the ministry has to curb the increasing crime rates, especially land guard-related crimes within the Gan South municipality. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Interior, through the Ghana Police Service, has implemented a series of targeted measures to curb land guard-related crime in the Ghana South municipality and across the wider Greater Accra Tema operational zone. Mr. Speaker, the police administration has established specialized anti-land guard units in both Accra and Tema police regions. These units provide strengthened operational backup for the traditional police patrol teams within the police districts, rapid response, and intelligence-led operations. Within Ghana South, the units support Botiano, Botiano, Amanfrum, English, Tuba, Kokrobiti, Weja, Oblogo, Bawe, and adjoining communities. Mr. Speaker, across the Accra-Tema belt, operations also extend to Boteman, East Legon Hills, Ashalibutwe, Adenta, Amrahia, Enclave, Oyarifa, Pantine, Pokwase, Kwabinya, Ofonko, Amasamai, Kaswa, Bujumbura Corridor, Nungwa, Lashibi, Sakumono, Klogon, Dawenya, Pong, Tema Community 18 and 19, and adjoining developing areas. These areas have historically recorded pockets of land disputes exploited by organized land guard groups. Mr. Speaker, the police have increased visibility patrol, surveillance, intelligence-driven swoops, and joint operations with regional and divisional task forces. Key operational zones include, Mr. Speaker, Botiman, Tuba, Kokrobiti, which is a violent where there's usually a violent takeover and illegal fencing attempt. Weja, Oblogo, Bawe. And in this area, Mr. Speaker, we normally see intimidation relating to multiple states and boundary disputes. Mr. Speaker, within Boteman, East Legon Hills, and Ashalboche, we normally have this rapid urban expansion area with competing claims. Then Amasamai, Pokwase of Anko, you have a lot of encroachment and youth mobilization concerns. Then we have Tema East, Pond, Dawenya, and Sakumono Lashibi. You have a lot of land fraud, unauthorized demolition, and threat. Mr. Speaker, these actions by police have resulted in arrest, recovery of weapons, and dismantling of criminal network linked to land guard menace. Mr. Speaker, enhanced investigations and expedite prosecution, the Criminal Investigation Department and Divisional CID offices, particularly Weja, Botiano, Amanfrum, Amasamai, Adenta, Medina, and Tema, now prioritize all land-related criminal cases, including threats, assault, extortion, illegal demolition, and fraudulent sales of land. Investigations involving docket preparation, scene reconstruction, and submission to the Attorney General are being expedited to ensure swift prosecution under the Land Guard Act 2020, Act 1036, 2020. Mr. Speaker, the police continue to rigorously enforce provision of the Land Guard Act, which is the 1060, which criminalizes land guard activities in all forms, including financing, mobilization, and deployment. Arrests and prosecutions have been carried out in areas including Tuba, Botiano, Kokrobeti, Boteman, East Legon Hills, Pokwase, and portions of Tema and Pong. Mr. Speaker, to reduce land disputes that fuel land guard recruitment, the police collaborates with the Land Commission, the Office of the Administrator of Stud Lands, Traditional Council, Municipal, Metropolitan, Municipal and District Assemblies to verify documentation, prevent multiple sales, and guide proper acquisition in Ga South and across Accra and Tema regions. Mr. Speaker, the police continue to carry out public education and stakeholder engagement in Bontiano, Kokrobiti, Weja, Tuba, Amanfrum, as well as Boteman, Adenta, Amranya, Amasamai, Kwabenya, and part of Tema to encourage lawful dispute resolution and discourage the patronage of langars. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Police Service remains fully committed to curbing landguard-related crime in Ga South Municipality and across the Greater Accra Tema jurisdiction through strengthening operations, improved investigation, strict enforcement of the law, and collaboration with stakeholders. That police will continue to safeguard lives, property, and lawful land ownership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response.
Yes. Yes, you have the floor.
Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I see you have a very comprehensive answer on this land guard menace. And I've heard a part of some areas in my constituency appear, Weja and Oblogo. Minister, so these land guards who sometimes wield guns, I do not know if you have been able to seize or take from them some of these guns, and if we have proceeded to prosecute them to also serve as a deterrent. Because one of the things that is known as part of their models is when you are, for instance, at a site and you have started construction.
Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
Speaker,
Standing Order 88.7.
Yes, Speaker, I'm laying the foundation.
I read, a member in asking question shall not address the House, raise any argument, or offer an opinion. So strictly supplementary question.
Speaker, I have not offered an opinion. I have only laid a foundation. And this Speaker respectfully thinks that my foundation is not allowed. I can resume my seat.
Please ask a supplementary question.
So, Minister, with all of the issues I've enumerated, I want to find out from you if we have been able to arrest some of these people wielding guns and machetes, and what prosecutions have we done, especially for the public to know, and so for other people who are also interested.
Honorable Minister.
Minister, please.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my answer, I clearly stated that we have intensified the arrests and prosecutions, and we've been liaising with the Attorney General's office, except to also admit sometimes the court delays. You present them before the court, there's sometimes unnecessary adjournment, and the court delay, the delay sometimes weakens the security agencies in their effort to get this done. But I want to assure you, like I said in my answer, that many that have been seen, even with cutlass, have been prosecuted for use of it. And even the organizations, many of them will go in to dismantle the network and get some of the kingpins arrested. But like I said, the best we are able to do is to present them before the court. And I don't like to be saying that, Mr. Speaker, that we may have to create special calls for almost everything. Well, now we have special call for drug, we have special call for galamsey, and I don't want us to go, by the way that it's going, maybe we may have to create a special call for Langa, because the police have created units in almost all the prone areas, anti-galamsey units, just to focus on it. But when it comes to the prosecution, sometimes there's excessive delay. So that's the only challenge. Other than that, yes, they are up to the task, and we seize the weapons. And sometimes when we get the weapons with them, we seize them, we charge them on multiple grounds. One, fronting on the Act 1036, which is the Anti-Galamsey Act, and then wielding unlawful, weapons. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, we are doing that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Minister, thank you for the answers. The police patrol, I am aware that we do not have for the anti-Langa department in my constituency. Based on this response, against the backdrop that I've heard Oblogo and Weja, is it the case that you can give us a police patrol? I know Chief Nephew and his colleagues are doing very well on land guardism, but can we hear from you if you can support Weja Agbawe with a police patrol specifically on land guardism?
Please kindly approach the minister with your request. Honourable members, let's move to question number 650, standing in the name of Honourable Richard Query, Member of Parliament for Nandom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior when the proposed police station at Ko in the Nandom constituency will be constructed and operationalized to combat escalating crime and enhance community security.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the police, through community engagement, encourage the chiefs and elders of the Ko community to build a police station. The construction is ongoing, but at a slow pace. Efforts are being made to involve the district assemblies to support the construction and the completion of the building. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to encourage my colleague to assist in getting the community to complete the police station. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. May I suggest, Mr. Minister, don't you think it will be good if government will start the project so that some of us can mobilize our people to provide labor and other issues that may be needed? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the major challenge that we have, I'm happy my colleague is a member of the Defense and Interior Committee, and he will recollect that in 2026, the capital expenditure budget for the police is 10 million. And he agrees with me that with that, the challenges that we have. But we know now today, a lot of the district assembly common fund, chunk of it goes to the district. The district should own their security situation and let us be supporting them. When it comes to this infrastructure, I'm sorry to say, Mr. Speaker, myself, if you go to Aswansi, when I became a member of parliament, there was only one police station. All the additional 4 that was built by me through the support that we get here. So that's why I'm saying that focus and try and use the little resources that come to you to also support us. Because if you want to wait for the center to build, it may take much longer. But I want to assure you that once budgetary allocations are made adequate, we'll be more than happy to get it completed. But I'm sure that if you mobilize within the community, you may be able to finish it faster than waiting for us to come from Accra. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question?
Yeah. No, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer.
Very well. This is a constituency specific. Honourable members, let me crave your indulgence to pause here and acknowledge the presence of some revered guests and students in our midst. Let me start with the students from Kwabenya Atomic MA 3 and 4 Junior High School, led by Madam Victoria Ando, headmistress. They are from Dromi, Kwabenya, they numbered 95. We also have Lord Our Savior School, led by Mr. Prince Selom, director. They are from Pong, Akantamanso, they numbered 65. Honourable members, on your behalf, I welcome our students to Parliament and urge them to have a fruitful visit. Honourable members, I have the pleasure to introduce to you 11-member delegation comprising 7 honourable members and 4 officers of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts of the National Assembly of Namibia. They are here on a visit from Monday 8th to Friday 12th June 2026. They are here to engage and interact with their colleague, honourable members of the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament of Ghana. This visit offers an opportunity for the delegation to also meet with key institutions of state that have the mandate of driving the fiscal policies of our country, as well as ensuring the prudent use and efficient management of state resources in line with applicable regulatory statutes. Our visitors are 1. Honorable Hendrik Gaubaib, Member of Parliament and Chairperson or leader of the delegation. 2. Honorable Hilaria Mukapuli, MP, Committee Member. Then we have Honorable Modestus Achipara, Member of Parliament, Committee Member. We have Honorable Beta Ngifikwa, Member of Parliament and also Committee Member. Then we have Honorable John Luo Munton, a Member of Parliament and also a Committee Member. Then we have Honorable Pro Job Amupanda, Member of Parliament and Committee Member. We have Honorable Ine Hengari, Member of Parliament and Committee Member. We have Mr. Willem Isaac, Deputy Director. We have Ms. Imelda Hume, Audit Director. We have Mr. Geoffrey Muhinda, Parliamentary Clerk. And we have Dr. Bridget Fikunawa, Chief Policy Analyst. All members, on behalf of the House, I welcome the delegation to Parliament and I wish them fruitful visit to Parliament as well as visit to Ghana. Once again, you are most welcome. All members, let's move to question number 684 standing in the name of Ms. Bahu Muhammad Adams, Member of Parliament for Miao. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the authority of the Honorable Member for Miao, Ms. Bahu Muhammad Adams, to ask the question. I wish to seek your leave to do so.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask the Minister for the Interior what the ministry is doing to end the rampant armed robbery on the Tamale-Yendi road, especially portions between Bulgini and Salangpang and Sang, and then Sang and Puria. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 armed robbery cases were recorded during the month of February and March 2026. The first one was at the outskirts of Yendi on Friday, 27th February 2026, on the Tamale-Yendi Road, and the second incident occurred on 2nd March 2026 at Sang on the Yendi-Tamale Road. The command initiated the following strategy within the operational area. Armed escort operations have been initiated for vehicles plying the route at night. 3 additional snap checks have been erected, bringing the total number on the entire route to 6. Day and night proactive patrol have been intensified on the route. A light armored vehicle has been deployed from the regional police headquarters to patrol the stretch and strengthen the security. Mr. Speaker, the command has detailed personnel from other districts to reinforce the Miao Police District staff in providing security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
No supplementary question, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. This is constituency specific. Let's move to question number 776. Standing in the name of Richmond Adam Kofi Potosu, Member of Parliament for Whole Central. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior the rationale for establishing security checkpoints at close intervals in the Volta region sector of the Tema, Mo Asikuma Ho, and the Tema, Mo Asikuma Kweve Hokwe trunk routes.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kweve barrier, which is at the Kweve District Police Command, is 33 kilometers from Peki barrier. This barrier was erected out of persistent robbery activities recorded over the years. The 33-kilometer stretch is dark and dangerous for motorists. Additionally, this stretch of road is an accident-prone area. Therefore, the checkpoint is meant to deter drivers from speeding and the armed robbery. The Speaker, the Peki barrier, which is at the Peki District Police Command, is 5 kilometers from Esukuma, created to curb frequent robbery incidents and accidents on that stretch. Also, Mr. Speaker, is to curb illicit drug, that's weed, Indian hemp transportation along the eastern corridor. The Speaker, the Juapon barrier, which is 55.6 kilometers from Pove barrier. The area is highly robbery prone and requires constant police presence. It is also the epicenter of the Western Togoland unrest. The communication network on that stretch is unstable, and the robbery is frequent along that stretch, and that is the reason for creating this checkpoint. The Speaker, the Esukuma Custom Migration Checkpoint is 65 kilometers from Pom barrier. It is manned by personnel from the Custom Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority and also Ghana Immigration Service. It serves as critical strategic junction or border corridor checkpoint linking Volta region to transit routes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any supplementary question?
Mr. Minister, thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have no supplementary question.
Yes, Honorable Nyindam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I use this road very often, but just like the questioner said, the barriers are very close. But in between the barriers, you get the police.
Are you trying to address the House?
Sorry?
Are you trying to address the House? You are
No,
to ask supplementary
my question
question.
is that, Mr. Speaker, maybe if you were just a little patient with me, you would have understood me. I'm just saying
operating
that,
by the rules.
I agree with you, Mr. Speaker. What I'm saying is that in between the barriers, you find the police also in between, which slows down traffic. I want to find out from the minister whether it's also another way of checking or it is a deviation.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it's like the minister didn't understand my question. What I mean is that just like the questioner said,
Honorable
the barriers
Minister,
are very close.
In
But
between the barriers
yes,
are policemen.
Policemen again.
Is it also to check the crime
or it is a deviation?
Mr. Speaker, what we notice is that we place these checkpoints at strategic places. So sometimes we have permanent structures. But in between the checkpoints, there are sometimes other routes that can divert away from the checkpoint. So in between, especially where we have highly prone robbery, we want to have the highway patrol also periodically, as kind of unexpectedly, be able to be everywhere. So you cannot predict that you can only meet them at this point. Even though at that checkpoint is a permanent structure, in between, especially when the stretch is long, let's say 10, 15, 20 kilometers, and the network is not good, armed robbers take advantage of the poor network. So we deploy the highway patrol to intermittently, just like we do even in Accra and the big cities. Sometimes you just go around a corridor, then you just see people now stopping and checking. In an hour's time, you go there, they are no longer there. You realize that they relocate to another place. It is just to make sure that the criminals cannot predict exactly where we are operating. That's why sometimes that happens. And I know it comes with some inconvenience, but to protect all of us, we must be able to do that and bear some of the inconveniences so that we can all keep safe. Because most of the times, believe me, the armed robbers tend to be some steps ahead of us, and in trying to catch up, you have to devise all manner of strategy to be able to remain on top of the game and ahead of them. That's why sometimes you see that. But bear with us when you see some of these inconveniences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, may I respectfully find out from the Minister for the Interior the legal basis for the discrimination of the Immigration Service post at Asikuma in
Your
particular.
question is overruled.
Oh, no, Speaker, just please hear me out. Just a minute. They discriminate against...
I heard you. I said your question is overruled.
May I... With respect, Speaker, may I refrain? Speaker, may I find out from the Minister why privately registered Ghanaian cars are not searched, but Ghanaian cars with commercial number plates are searched?
Question overruled. You cannot jump into a conclusion that they are illegally discriminating. You cannot also conclude that foreigners are not being searched, but Ghanaians are being searched. Please, there are certain things we don't do. In the absence of any further supplementary question, let's move to question number 588. Standing in the name of Honorable Anthony Imie, Member of Parliament for Odotobri.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker. rise to ask the Minister for Interior the immediate and medium-term interventions the ministry is undertaking to enhance police infrastructure and strengthen security service delivery within the Amansia Central District.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the police administration is collaborating with traditional authorities and district assemblies to take steps to establishing a police station in their communities to strengthen security presence and enhance policing. Amansa Central District, of course, will be one of the districts to be affected by this initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I know from the Minister if this is the immediate or the medium intervention being undertaken by your ministry? Which of the two? Is this the immediate intervention or the medium intervention?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, because of the challenge that we have with resource and the constraints that we have, like I mentioned earlier in answering another question, we are encouraging the district assemblies, now that we know that a lot of resources are being sent to the districts. And you and I can testify that some of the districts are receiving resources that in the past, the whole 4 years, they will not even receive what they are receiving now in a year. And we want them to own some of these properties instead of the money being allocated at the center, and then we try to dictate from the center. So we are collaborating with the district assemblies and the traditional authorities in terms of the land acquisition, and then the district assemblies stepping in to assist us. And this is something that we've started talking, and myself and my colleague, the local government minister, are working on to see those districts that do not have adequate security facilities could be prioritized. And I want to be sure that Amansa Central will be one that will be focusing on to ensure that there's infrastructure to be able to provide at least the minimal security presence that is required to safeguard the life and property within the constituency or the district. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question?
This would be the last one on this one. Mr. Minister, are there any specific communities that you are targeting? Again, do you have any time frames that we are going to be working by?
You answered the question regarding the time frame, but regarding the specific communities, I think that should be a new subject matter so that you can prepare and bring the record to show.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the difficulty I have is that I will not be able to stand here now and tell that in the case of Amansa Central, this is the most important community that needs to be done. That's why we are liaising.
You are not answering questions regarding the communities, only the timeline.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was trying to just assist my colleague. But if he wants specifics and he asks for that, why not? We'll be here to provide him with the specific communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
That would be all for 5.
Very well. You may ask question number 777.
Grateful. I rise again to ask the Minister for Interior what steps are being taken to strengthen police presence and logistics in the Ashanti district, particularly Amansia Central District. Jacobo.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the Interior, through the Ghana Police Service, is currently in the process of recruiting and training additional personnel, some of whom will be posted to the Amansa Central District to strengthen policing and support the Jacobu Police District after training. In addition, efforts are underway to provide the district with additional logistics to enhance operational effectiveness and improve service delivery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Minister, what logistics support, including vehicles, motorbikes, communication gadgets or equipment, and patrol resources, do you intend to provide to improve rapid response?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as resources become available, we intend to ensure that almost every police station or community has a pickup, has the radio, able to join the regional network and be able to man their, community very effectively. And this requires a standard operational items. And the police is looking into that to ensure that at least they are able to operate effectively within the Jacobu enclave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, that is it for 777.
You may proceed to ask question number 778.
I'm grateful. Mr. Minister, what plans are there to establish additional police force or improve security infrastructure to address rising crime and mining-related conflicts within the Amancia Central District?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of the Interior, through the Ghana Police Service, has engaged chiefs and elders within the district through community policing initiatives. As a result of this engagement, 3 police stations have been constructed at Numeresu, Apetisu, and Tupiase. These stations are yet to be commissioned, and when operational, will significantly enhance security and help address rising crime and mining-related conflict within the Amancia Central District. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
The very last one. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, can you confirm to this House whether you have immediate plans of posting men to the various stations you just mentioned, and also to indicate timeframes as to when these stations would be commissioned?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I did in an earlier answer to a question by my colleague, we are currently in the process of training new recruits. And as you may know, some chief inspectors are also currently under training to become ASPs, that's Assistant Superintendents of Police. So when these training are done and we have additional numbers, why not? We'll ensure that we post some of them to the Amancia Central and get these police stations commissioned. Time frame, it takes between 6 to 7 months to do the training. So we are hoping that all things being equal, if the current recruits start training in July, just by December, they should be done. And hopefully, by January, we should be able to deploy men and women to Amancia Central District to get this newly constructed police station commissioned and operationalized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm grateful. That is it.
Honourable members, question time. Honourable members, question time is ended. We have exhausted all the questions. On your behalf, I thank the Minister responsible for Interior for attending upon the House and responding to questions. Honourable Minister, we are most grateful to you. You are accordingly discharged. Yes, Majority Leader. Majority Leader, any indication?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we want to move on to conclude the comments on the statement that the finance minister made last week. Is that okay?
So we now move to item number 7. Is that so? So we are taking 7A.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, whilst waiting for my colleague to come in, I think we can lay some papers just to buy time for him to come. He's just in the office, adjoining the chamber. So, which minister is here?
Yes.
So we can have the Minister for the Interior to lay item 8A and B and C for us. With your indulgence, Mr. Speaker.
The annual reports. Very well. Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any difficulty, save that we are not in agreement with him laying 8B. We don't have a problem if he's laying 8A and C. The 8B, the minister must be here. He's supposed to brief us on the World Cup. He's not here. Where is he? That someone will need to do his business on his behalf. No. For the other one, we don't have any problem. Okay, so that's fine. He can do it, Mr. Speaker. We don't have
members, we vary the order of business to take item numbered 8 at commencement of public business presentation of papers. The Honorable Minister for Interior to lay the item A, B, C on behalf of the respective ministers. Item numbered 8A.
Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the Adansi Asokwa District Assembly for the year 2025.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development for consideration and reports. Item numbered 8B.
Budget Performance Report in respect of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment for the period January to December 2025.
Honourable members, report has been duly presented and it is referred to the Committee on Youth and Sports for consideration and reports. Item numbered 8C.
Annual Report for the Forestry Commission for the year 2023.
Honourable members, report has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources for consideration and reports. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we can now revert back to item number 7, which is to do with the comment. The Minority Leader is here now. Thank you.
Yes, Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I think the majority side, in many occasions, we have to take this House very serious and take your government business very serious. The minister responsible for finance made a statement on the new engagement of the IMF and the progress made so far. And your side, you are not interested. Out of 189 members that you have, and the majority leader will be concluding on the debate. You have less than 40 in the chamber. When we raise quorum issue, we'll be appearing to be doing that in bad faith. But that's the practice. The leader of the House and the minority leader concluding on a very important government policy position. And the minister is not here, the deputy minister is not here, your members are not here. Mr. Speaker, I don't think we should conclude on this. The majority side might get their members to listen to this important conclusion on the debate that our leaders are going to conclude today. The minister came under our standing orders to make a policy position of the government, which is very important. And then the minister is not here. The deputy minister is not here. If the minister is not here, but the deputy minister must be here. So, Mr. Speaker, if they can't get their members, when we raise quorum issue with regards to this matter, don't blame us on this matter. So, Majority Leader, the attendance of your members is not good. 189 and you have less than 40. You are not interested in that. What kind of absent majority is that? What kind of absent majority is that? Mr. Speaker, we will not take this. Mr. Speaker, it's just a paper majority. You are not in the chamber. It's a paper majority. You are not there. 189 and you are just less than 40. We will not. You were telling us that we can debate 1990. Where is your 90? You say we'll debate 1990. Where is your 90, Majority Leader? Abba, they are hungry and they are looking for jobs. They are looking for opportunity under their own government. Look at your back.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Honorable Habib wants you to draw his attention that it is after statements that we commence public business.
Our members, item numbered 7A. We are concluding the debate on the statement on Ghana's new engagement with the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the progress made by the government in restoring macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability, made on Thursday, 28 May 2026. So, in line with our practice, I'll call on the Minority Leader to make his concluding remarks. Please, this is a statement. In the absence of any agreement communicated to me, we'll go by the rules. Please, let me engage the two leaders on this. How many minutes?
Mr. Speaker, this is a comment on a statement, and the rules are clear. It's 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we know of the practice of this House. Our leaders are given ample time to make concluding remarks on behalf of the other side. I believe that the Majority Leader himself knows that both of us had to prepare. We were supposed to take this yesterday, and he said he needed enough time to do his preparation, so we should shift it for today. So the minimum time we can have each would have to be 30 minutes. That should be the minimum. So I don't see why he's now talking about 5 minutes. Our colleagues have had the time, and we're summarizing our respective positions on the matter. So I don't see why he wants to run away from
Honorable
this.
members.
I don't know why you want to run away.
This concluding remark on a statement, for me, is different from concluding on the state of the nation or a budget statement. This was a statement made under Order 91 and guided by Order 91-4. It reads, a member commenting on a statement shall not take more than 5 minutes except otherwise permitted by the Speaker. This statement is under 91. Statement by Speaker and Minister. The Speaker may make a statement on any matter of interest to the House. A Minister of State may make a statement of government policy, and the statement shall be limited to facts which are necessary to be made known to the House and not contain matters that are likely to provoke debate. So I'm guided by the rules. That is why I indicated I would have to engage the two leaders regarding the time. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are guided by your interpretation of Order 91.4. But Mr. Speaker, safe that this is an extraordinary statement, even though it was made under Order 91. It is a statement that we have programmed, and we agreed. That is why we said, after the statement being made, we elected another day for the comments and the number of people who will speak. So the whips, we had an agreement, and we said when the leaders are concluding, they should conclude in 30 minutes. That's the agreement of the whips. And we scheduled the speakers, and we scheduled the speakers, and we scheduled how it should be done. So it was not the leaders, it was the whips. And the first day we said, that day, even you remember, we said 10:10. When the whips confide, we said we should do it 5:5, so that we can give time for our leaders to speak. That is why even that day, you see my colleague, Honorable Jerry Ahmed, proposed 15 people, and majority leaders said, even if it is 90-90. But because we wanted to give time for our leaders to conclude, we reduced that to 5 people. And we said from the 5, nobody else is speaking. So these are 6 people to comment on this statement. And we, the whips, agreed that we should do it 30 minutes for leaders to conclude. That was the agreement, Mr. Speaker.
With all humility, by the rules, can you show what makes a statement made by the minister extraordinary?
Mr. Speaker, if I was going to allocate more than 5 minutes or advocate for allocation of more than 5 minutes, it would have been for the deputy minister who was here the last day to respond. But if you recall that day, you restricted him to only 5 minutes. And that was the minister. Ordinarily, he should have the last bite. And if we want to give time, it is he that should be given the time to respond to everything that everybody has said. As we sit, I don't see what he's going to say that people on your side have not said already. And this is somebody's statement. I don't see what I'm going to say that is really far out of what the minister has come to say to this House. So, Mr. Speaker, and there was no such agreement about we reserving time. It's the rules. I want us to follow the rules, because in relation to the minister, we stuck to the rules. The deputy minister who was here representing the minister, we stuck to the rules. So let's keep it to 5 minutes, because that's what the rules say. And then we can finish quickly and go and do the community service bill, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chiredua to make a commemorative statement on World Environment Day. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this very important statement. I had intended taking this statement last Friday to coincide with the World Environment Day, but Parliament did not sit because of the 4th African Regional Interparliamentary Conference on Family Values and Sovereignty. I'm therefore very happy, Speaker, you giving me the opportunity to take it today as I rise to make this statement in commemoration of the 2026 World Environment Day, which is observed globally on 5th June every year. The day serves as a timely reminder that the health of our environment is inextricably linked to our economic prosperity, social well-being, and collective future. Mr. Speaker, this year's theme, Inspired by Nature, for Climate, for Our Future, reminds us that nature is not separate from humanity. It is the very foundation of our future. It calls on us to look for nature not merely as a resource to be exploited, but as a partner and as a source of solutions in our efforts to address climate change and build a sustainable future. Mr. Speaker, nature has always shown remarkable resilience. Forests absorb carbon dioxide. Wetlands regulate water systems. Oceans moderate temperatures. And biodiversity sustains the ecosystem on which human life depends. Yet, despite these invaluable services, human activities continue to exert unprecedented pressure on our natural environment. Mr. Speaker, climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a present reality affecting communities across the world, including Ghana. We are witnessing rising temperatures, erratic rainfall patterns, prolonged droughts, devastating floods, coastal erosion, declining agricultural productivity, and growing threats to food and water security. The consequences are particularly severe for vulnerable communities whose livelihoods depend on agriculture, fisheries, and natural resources. It is therefore imperative, Mr. Speaker, that we adopt nature-based solutions as part of our climate response. Protecting forests, restoring degraded land, preserving wetlands, promoting sustainable agriculture, and safeguarding biodiversity are among the most effective and cost-effective strategies for climate mitigation and adaptation. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has made commendable progress in advancing environmental sustainability through initiatives including forest landscape restoration programs, tree planting and afforestation campaigns, climate-smart agriculture initiatives, renewable energy investments, the development of national climate methane reduction strategies, and community-based environmental conservation efforts. Mr. Speaker, across the globe, parliaments and parliamentarians are taking action to promote environmental sustainability and combat climate change. As lawmakers in Ghana, we have a responsibility to strengthen environmental governance through effective legislation, oversight, and resource allocation. We must continue to support policies that promote sustainable land use, responsible mining, waste management, renewable energy, biodiversity conservation, and climate resilience. Mr. Speaker, at the 152nd General Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, held in Istanbul a few weeks ago, the IPU Standing Committee on Sustainable Development decided to prepare a resolution on parliamentary leadership to protect mountain and ocean ecosystems and to achieve 30% conservation goal by 2030. Mr. Speaker, the resolution will be debated by the committee at the 153rd IPU Assembly in October 2026 in Arusha, Tanzania, and is scheduled for adoption at the 154th General Assembly that will be held in May 2027. Mr. Speaker, again, delegates from African parliaments, climate experts, development partners, and regional stakeholders from across Africa gathered at the just-ended regional seminar on African Parliament for Climate Action, Reducing Methane, Promoting Development, organized by the Parliament of Kenya in collaboration with the IPU and Climate Parliament, adopted a communique calling for stronger parliamentary leadership and climate action, enhanced regional cooperation among African parliaments, and support for just and equitable energy transitions, and also promotion of sustainable agriculture, energy systems, waste management as a major steps to protect the environment. Mr. Speaker, kindly allow me to emphasize the role of young people in securing our environmental future. And I'm happy to proceed that in my constituency, Brekum West, climate action clubs have been established in senior high schools to help nurture a new generation of environmental stewards and to help them understand that protecting nature is not merely environmental obligation, but a moral responsibility. Their passion and commitment, Mr. Speaker, offer hope for a greener and more sustainable future. Mr. Speaker, as we commemorate World Environment Day 2026, let us remind ourselves that one of the fastest and the most cost-effective ways to protect our environment is to reduce methane emissions across agriculture, energy, and waste management systems. Methane is a powerful greenhouse gas responsible for a significant share of global warming. And Mr. Speaker, by cutting methane emissions, we can slow global temperature rise, improve air quality, protect ecosystems, and also enhance agricultural productivity and energy security, as well as safeguard biodiversity. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by calling all stakeholders, government, parliament, the private sector, civil society, and citizens to work together with renewed determination to build a Ghana that is greener, that is more resilient, that is environmentally sustainable for present and for future generations. The future we seek today depends on the actions. The future we seek depends on the actions we take today. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for indulging me. Thank you.
Honourable members, the floor is now open for comment. Leaders, how many are we taking in view of the fact that the concluding comment on the minister's statement is stood down?
Mr. Speaker, I think we want to do 1-1 so we can move on to the leader's comment.
Yes, that's so. Yes.
Thank you very much.
The
Speaker.
speaking time is 5 minutes.
I'll do well to work within that time, Speaker. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity given to me to contribute to the statement ably made by my brother, the Honorable MP for Brekum, Honorable Chedua, who happens to be a member of the Select Committee on Environment, Science and Technology. Mr. Speaker, my brother called for us to build a Ghana that is greener, and I cannot agree with him more. Mr. Speaker, The World Environment Day is a very important day on the calendar of environmental advocates. And Mr. Speaker, celebrating this year's World Environment Day, as my brother stated, the theme is inspired by nature for climate, for our future. And the future of this country, Mr. Speaker, indeed depends on how well we treat our environment. Mr. Speaker, when my colleagues spoke about building a greener city, I'm sure he meant a city which is designed to minimize carbon footprint, a city designed to maximize the natural resilience. But Mr. Speaker, the question is whether our cities, talk about big cities, the Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, Tamale, the big cities, whether our cities are green enough. Mr. Speaker, if you look around the world, the top 10 green cities have something going for them, the reason why they are called green cities. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Denmark, Denmark is known as a green city because of the mode of transportation that they have adopted, where even public officials, Mr. Speaker, use bicycles. So they've been using bike as one of the ways to reduce carbon footprint. Mr. Speaker, same for Amsterdam. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Canada, we are told that in spite of all the things they are doing, they are improving their bike lanes. Mr. Speaker, Singapore, which happens to be one of the green cities, is investing in sustainable housing. Speaker, when you go to Switzerland and other places, they are investing in trams and trains. Iceland, which is also known as one of the green cities, Mr. Speaker, has 100% of its electricity from renewable sources. And so we ask our cities, which of these are we known for? And that is why I believe that the call by my brother for us to build greener cities, Mr. Speaker, is coming at the right time. It's about time, Mr. Speaker, we dedicate resources to improve our bike lanes. Mr. Speaker, it's about time we devoted money to improve or at least build rail lines so that we cannot be driving every day. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the number of vehicles on the road each time, and the amount of gas we are burning, obviously that contributes to the kind of city we have. That is why our city is nowhere close to any of the green cities in the world. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the amount of time we waste in traffic, the impact on our health, we are obviously killing ourselves in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, once as a country, we have come to the realization that we are not building greener cities. It behoves on us as the people's representatives to take steps. And I believe that for us, it is a lawmaking process to make laws that will ensure that, Mr. Speaker, for instance, bike lanes are built in this country. Because Accra is not that big. There are places, if you have good bike lanes, people can ride bicycle. But because we don't have bike lanes in this country, everybody, even for a kilometer, people will be driving the Land Cruisers and the big vehicles. Mr. Speaker, we cannot build a green city with that kind of attitude. So, Mr. Speaker, let's ask ourselves, the waterways we have in this country, now what we know is that they are all flooded. They are causing floods. Can't we develop a system back?
Yes. Now, I'm not the one controlling the time. So
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, your time is up. Yes, any comment from my right side? Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by Honorable Dixon Tre, the MP for Brekum. And Mr. Speaker, let me start by commending the honorable member for taking the initiative to form the Brekum West Climate Action Clubs for the senior high school there. Mr. Speaker, it is often said that you catch them young so that you can make the necessary impact. Mr. Speaker, the relationship between humanity and environment is intertwined, and any attempt to neglect the impact the environment has on humanity will be met with serious consequences. Mr. Speaker, we have seen that in recent times, where as a result of the actions of humanity or the actions of humans in relation to their environment, we've seen floods taking over our cities. Mr. Speaker, it is said that in Ghana we generate 12,000 to 14,000 tons of waste per day. But unfortunately, only 10% of it is collected. And so we ask ourselves, where does the remaining quantity go? Mr. Speaker, it is also said that only 7 to 16% of our organic waste is treated. And it is sad that we live in an environment and we do not have the necessary safeguards to ensure that we protect the said environment. Mr. Speaker, we are operating under the 1992 Constitution, and the Constitution is also clear on how we should protect the environment. I refer, Mr. Speaker, I refer you to Article 36(9) of the Constitution, which says that the state shall safeguard the natural resource of Ghana and take measures to prevent pollution and ecological degradation. Mr. Speaker, Article 41(k) of the Constitution also enjoins every citizen to, as a matter of duty, protect and safeguard the environment. And, Mr. Speaker, we also have various laws, the EPA Act, the Minerals and Mining Act, and various laws. And, Mr. Speaker, the issue of environmental degradation and the waste we cause are also seen as criminal acts. And so if you go to our Criminal Offences Act, 1960 Act 29, it has various provisions which make it even criminal to indulge in acts that seem to degrade or, if you like, impact the environment. And so, Mr. Speaker, as a nation, it's about time we took time to look at the way we have related with the environment and see whether indeed it is making the necessary impact. With the recent flood we have seen in Accra, Mr. Speaker, it shows that we have not lived as we should as humans in relation to our environment. And, Mr. Speaker, it is my call at this moment that we should take time to look at how we relate with our environment and put in the necessary safeguards to ensure that that relationship is in the best interest of humanity. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, is leadership commenting, or we should end the comment on this statement and move to item number 7A? Or that's the concluding. Yes, Minority Leader. Yes. Yes, let me hear you. Yes, 10 minutes.
Speaker.
So, wait. That brings us to the end of comment on the statement made by Dixon Chire-Dua. Yes, you now have the floor. 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Item 7A.
I would want to put on record that the initial understanding was for leaders to have 30 minutes. That was what was communicated to me by my whip. And accordingly, the caucus prepared for 30 minutes concluding remarks on this ministerial statement. We, however, as a caucus, yield to your decision to say that you are giving us 10 minutes. So I would comply with the 10 minutes. But I want the records of this House to reflect, for the purposes of precedence, that this was changed, and we, the minority, protest this and protest it with every energy in us. This is unfair. Mr. Speaker, that said, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the caucus to conclude on the comments so far from our side in respect of the ministerial statement, in respect of the IMF exit, and the new engagement, which according to the government is yielding fruit. Mr. Speaker, this country is not interested in numbers. If a minister announces GDP growth, talks about inflation, talks about exchange rates, and these have no real impact in the pocket of the ordinary Ghanaian, Mr. Speaker, that government cannot be celebrated. Mr. Speaker, one, electricity price tariffs have shot up through government deliberate increase to 28%. Water, 19%. Government so far has not been able to implement its own flagship program, One Job, Three Shifts. The women banking policy is still in the works. They've not been able to implement it. Government has refused to spend to invest in agriculture. Government is rather encouraging galamsey, and according to organized labor, since 2025, galamsey activities have increased. It is a matter of record, not me. Mr. Speaker, if in doing all of this, the same government turns around to tell us that inflation is low, macroeconomic data. What is macroeconomic data? What about it? If indeed these facts are real, we should see them reflecting in the pocket of the people. Mr. Speaker, the Agric Ministry and the Finance Ministry are at war. Mr. Speaker, whereas one ministry is saying funds have been released, the other ministry says that no. This government is focusing more on this gold for reserve policy by encouraging galamsey than to invest in agriculture. That is one failure. And Mr. Speaker, the same government told us that the presidential jets could not be used. Mr. President on his last trip flew Emirates to Dubai. From Dubai, flew Emirates to the United Kingdom. Then returned from the UK to Dubai with a presidential jet that they say it cannot work. It cannot fly. Mr. Speaker, then from there to Belarus, then the same presidential jet from Belarus to Accra. Who are you deceiving? A government of inconsistency. A government without clear path to economic growth. Mr. Speaker, this government said that it was cancelling 1D, 1F. In its place, there is no policy alternative. What is the policy alternative to incentivize the private sector? This government is doing nothing to support economic growth through private sector participation. We want to challenge this government. If you claim that your economic policies are prudent and that there is economic growth, the question, how many businesses, how many factories, how many jobs have you created? Rather, your records have it that you have rather dismissed those who were in the employ of the state. Thousands of jobs have been lost since you took over. At the deputy majority leader's establishment, where he is the board chairman, almost 1,000 youths who were employed at GRA were fired. We are aware. Maritime Authority, Ghana Gas, Ghana Port Authority and Harbors, even teachers who have qualified and to be recruited, you can't recruit them. It is another fight between Finance Ministry and Education Ministry. You are fighting your government, Mr. Speaker. This government is not in control of its own departments and agencies. The president perhaps is in his lame duck months. Just 1.5 years, you've lost control of the ship. We hear some ministers taking awards. Some are alleging certain things we don't know. We don't know. We don't know what is happening. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that has lost control. It cannot even take care of its 189 in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, the NDC majority is a majority on paper. The MPs, the backbenchers of its side, Mr. Speaker, cannot even receive the necessary support for their constituents. They come here desperate, dejected, and depressed. Mr. Speaker, and now let's talk about the so-called gold for reserves. Mr. Speaker, they told us that there is an economic cost in implementation of economic policy. But how do you measure the cost? Gold board, Mr. Speaker, gold board. The level of mismanagement, the level of corruption at the gold board. Mr. Speaker, we know how come you buy gold at a discount and sell at a market price. When the minority sounded the alarm bell, they said that we were just doing politics. Now, when we raised it in December, they quickly organized an emergency joint board meeting between BOG and the gold board and reduced the fees from 15% to 9%. When the minority raised the motion on this House floor, with the majority using numbers to defeat it, they now again reduce it to 5%. Then now they say they want to cover it with a budget. Mr. Speaker, this government must account for all the losses. The IMF is estimating that we have almost about 9 billion in losses as a result of these gold board transactions with BOG. Mr. Speaker, so far, we know that this government has failed the people of Ghana. Just 1.5 years, you are thinking about succession plan. Mr. Speaker, one side of the government is talking as Edun Katia, another side is talking about some people. The Greek minister wants to be a president. Some ministers want to be president. Meanwhile, the 4 years they gave you, you've not demonstrated your ability to govern and govern well. The people of Volta region, they are waiting for their share of development. The people of Central region, they are waiting for their share of development. Mr. Speaker, the MPs who are on the majority side, we are not talking about ourselves. We know when you share, you won't give us. But even your own side, you are hungry. Mr. Speaker, there is no development. And then the finance minister will come here.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, those making the noise, beware that I can order the marshal to take you out.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. A government that cannot take care of it 189 cannot claim that it can take care of the entire country. You promised to create jobs. You promised to bring down the cost of living. You have failed the people of Ghana in just 1.5 years. And when you get up, you say you want to bring Asedun Ketia. You want to bring Julio Debra. You want to bring Eriko Poku. Mr. Speaker, this government has lost control. In just 1.5 years, it has lost control. And there is nothing to celebrate them for. What they talked about is mere paper talk. The center cannot hold. We are ready to take about the reins of government.
Honourable Minority Leader, your time is up. All members, it's now the turn of the Majority Leader. Please, you have 10 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, given that he hasn't made any substantive point, I will let my deputy deal with him.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to comment on the statement made in this House by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kaysel Atuforsen. A statement on Ghana's new engagement with the International Monetary Fund and the progress that the government has made so far on the macroeconomic stability of this country. Mr. Speaker, earlier on when my leader was asking for 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker, that is all that we needed. Probably 5 minutes would have done it, because the statement read by the Finance Minister was as clear as daylight, Mr. Speaker, and if you follow it, you will actually see, I am the leader on the other side. I heard him say that numbers really don't mean anything. Yes, he was using numbers to justify electricity bills having gone up or down. So I know he's a fine lawyer, but I don't know how much he knows about numbers. But he says numbers don't matter. Mr. Speaker, in the statement that the Finance Minister read, he made it very clear that this country has restored the macroeconomic stability and the debt that was hanging around our neck. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when I sit here and I look at our friends on the other side, I wonder whether they were the same people who were in government about a year and a half ago. They have completely been changed, anointed economically, and they become gurus overnight on matters of economics and finance. And Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister made it very clear that the crisis that we were in about a year and a half ago, we are actually have come out of crisis. I remember when our friends were in government, they used to tell us that they were still in they said they were in the bush, and they claimed they have also turned a corner. I wonder how you can be in the bush and turn a corner. But that's what they were telling us. Obviously, they have lost control of managing Ghana's economy. Mr. Speaker, 2022 became what the English people call the annus horribilis for the government, where they lost control of pretty much everything. And they ended up going to the IMF, that we advised them, civil society advised them, international organization. They said they weren't going to go to IMF today or tomorrow. Eventually, they ended up there as a patient and went there at a very painful time where they could not even service our debt domestically and internationally. Mr. Speaker, this country was actually on its knees. They came up and said they were going to restructure our debt domestically by doing the DDEP, that is the Domestic Debt Exchange Program. Mr. Speaker, that was abysmally conducted. Mr. Speaker, that is what resulted in pensioners ending up at the Ministry of Finance protesting about their hard-earned savings, which they thought they were going to go to retirement with to be able to buy medication. Ghanaians have not forgotten. They have not forgotten about you at all. You cannot disappear in 1.5 years and become a brand new priest in a priesthood clothes and now pretend that you understand Ghana's economy better. maybe perhaps we do better in understanding our economy when we go to opposition. So do well and stay there. Because what is happening at the moment in this country, you have no understanding. Mr. Speaker, we talk about gold board being something that nobody understands. Meanwhile, they clearly know what gold board is doing. Part of the situation we are in, the good situation we are in today, is as a result of the gold board that His Excellency President Mahama introduced. Gold board has become a game changer. Gold board has stabilized our currency. Gold board has improved our reserves. Gold board is what has made Ghana's economy as good as it is today. And I know Ghanaians will not make that mistake of returning this country into our friends on the opposite side anytime soon. Because their management of the economy was abysmal. In fact, I think that the way the economy was managed in the last 8 years should be put in a library somewhere so children can read how an economy can be badly managed so that this is not repeated, going forward. Mr. Speaker, we have done a lot of things in record time, in just 1.5 years. Something that the international community, even the IMF, thought probably 8 years, Ghana will restore itself. We have done it in 1.5 years. In fact, by 1 year we are done. And then a few months we are doing more. We set out initially to stabilize the economy because where we were, there was no way anybody was going to build growth or create jobs on a messy economy. So the economy had to be stabilized. After stabilizing the economy, you then have to grow the economy into productivity. When you get the productivity, at the back of it, you make sure that it's a growth that comes with jobs, not just growing the economy. That is the part that the finance minister elaborated here when he read his statement. We have completed making this economy sustainable. We have completed in making this economy stable. We are now on the path of growing this economy. In the growing of the economy, you begin to see the jobs. Things will have to be done in a way that we don't put this country in a sinking hole like you did under the cathedral sinking hole that was created for Ghana's economy. We have fetched the economy out of that hole. The economy is now on the ground level, and we are now building the economy. You just have to be patient. There is nothing you can tell Ghanaians about your management of the economy that will change anybody's mind. No. Things were done so badly that if I were you, I would sit down and study how our economy is properly managed and not get into the same situation again. Mr. Speaker, we have done a lot of things. We have done a lot of things, Mr. Speaker. And some of the things that we have done was to stabilize, to bring inflation. We still remember, we haven't forgotten that inflation at one stage in this country was over 50%. Oh. You brought it 54, to be precise. We got, before you left office, it was around 23%. Today, what is inflation? Your economic management. What is the inflation today? What is interest rate today? You were killing Ghanaians. You were gradually killing Ghanaians. You promised us there will be no haircut, and everybody's hair is gone. Mr. Speaker, we got to a point that we were downgraded by the credit rating agencies. And what was the solution? The President, Nana Akufo-Addo, proposed, including the finance minister, that Ghana, a debtor, should create a credit rating. The people who were giving us the money, who were using their ratings to see whether we are on the right path and doing the right thing to be rated, we are saying that because we don't want to pay our debt, we should create our own credit agency to monitor us and tell the people who give us the money that we are doing well, so give us more money. They won't do it. That is why in 2022, you have to, after you defaulted, we basically had to lose everything. I call it the annus horribilis because it is that year that external restructure was done. It is the same year internal restructure was done. It's the same year we went to IMF. It's the same year that everything in this country that could go wrong went wrong. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister said a lot of things that this government is actually doing. And a lot of things that the government has done. Mr. Speaker, if they took, Mr. Speaker, one of the things we did was to start commitment authorization. It is the commitment authorization that has helped us as a government to take control of what was actually going on in terms of our expenditure. Mr.
Honourable Member, with all due respect, your time is up. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of comment on item numbered 7A, a statement made by the minister responsible for finance under Order 91-2. Honourable members, at the conclusion, let me bring it to the fore that the statement and the reference was made under Standing Order 91-2. And Standing Order 91-4 allows comment on the statement, which comment shall not exceed 5 minutes unless otherwise permitted by the Speaker. It is on that basis that I cannot extend the 5 minutes beyond 10 minutes. Hence, the leaders are to conclude within 10 minutes. To say that this is not fair, I do not think is fair. So, honourable members, we have operated within the rules, and the rules are what we set for ourselves to guide our deliberations. So nobody should take it that commenting on the statement within 5 minutes is unfair. It is very fair to everybody. Unless we change the rules and unless otherwise permitted by the Speaker, comment on every statement, including statement by a minister under Order 91, would be 5 minutes. So the House should accordingly take note. Majority Leader, any indication? Yes.
Speaker, respectfully, I have engaged the Majority Leader, and I want to come under Order 93-1 with the indulgence of the House and to respectfully solicit your leave to have this statement on flood done. Speaker, because it's a matter of urgency, and Speaker, we require this House and the support of all to ensure that some support is provided to the people who are under siege, especially the people in my constituency and Greater Accra as a whole.
Very well.
Speaker, thank you so much.
Before doing so, permit me to acknowledge the presence of students from Mori Senior High Technical School, led by Philomena Somua Kwao. Headmistress, they are from Ebura Asebu, Kwamankesi, the number 62. We also have Association of Economic Students, UCC, led by Joshua Ni Lomote Ama, Association President from Cape Coast North, the numbered 65. Honourable members, on your behalf, I welcome them to Parliament of Ghana and urge them to have a fruitful visit. Yes, Deputy Whip, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, my statement is to the effect that there should be rethinking flood management in Ghana from disaster response to climate resilient urban development, with lessons from Wejagbawe and the Greater Accra region. Speaker, I rise today not only as the Member of Parliament for Wejagbawe constituency, a constituency that has repeatedly suffered the painful consequences of flooding, but also a representative concerned about the future of how we design, build, and protect our communities across Ghana. Speaker, the recent floods in Accra have once again reminded us of how vulnerable our cities have become in the face of changing rainfall patterns and a changing climate. What was once considered as an occasional disaster is increasingly becoming a recurring threat, demanding a fundamentally different approach. For many years, our response to flooding has followed a familiar cycle. The rains come, communities are submerged, lives and livelihoods are disrupted, emergency relief is provided, drains are desilted, and when the waters recede, we return to business as usual. Until the next rainy season brings us back to this very same conversation, Mr. Speaker, we must ask ourselves a very difficult but necessary question. How many times will we rebuild the same communities after the same disaster before we change the way we build our cities? Before we change our habits? Before we enforce accountability? Let us hold a mirror to ourselves and confront this issue once and for all. The challenge is not simply that we have too much rain. The challenge is that we have increasingly developed our communities in ways that leave water with nowhere to go. The people of Wejagbawe understand this reality all too well. Communities such as Uyaboman, SCC, and its surrounding areas, White Cross, Away, Tetegu, Oblogo, Kokroko, Bola Road, Wejagonse, Glife, and other repeatedly experienced ones have faced very devastating consequences of flooding. Families have lost their homes, traders have lost their livelihoods, and children have watched their schools and belongings destroyed by flood waters. Mr. Speaker, our responsibility is not only to stand with these affected citizens in their moment of distress, our responsibility is to ensure that we break this cycle. We must move from fighting water to managing water, from responding to disasters after they occur to building communities that are resilient before disaster happens. Mr. Speaker, our first responsibility must be to those who are currently suffering. Government, through NADMO and all appropriate institutions, must continue to provide emergency shelter, healthcare, sanitation, support, relief items, and recovery assistance to affected families. Mr. Speaker, there must be immediate desilting and dredging of critical drainage systems and waterways, particularly in vulnerable communities. In Wejagbawe, this could be done, or this will be done in the following areas. New Weja East, the Atala stretch, Mr. Speaker, and this one is a stubborn one. It is notoriously known. White Cross, High Tension, and Kokojo. Tetegu, Wasaman, Miami, Anyanya, Oblogo behind the Bibini Park, Weja, Away, and St. Joseph area, German, Elliot Stretch to SDA Church, Bawe East, Bale and Sikoni down, New Bawe, Good Shepherd area, Malam West, behind Pentecost Vocational, Gilead School, Mata Keys area to Malam Junction. That was the place I was this morning. Malam East, near Pentecost Church, close to the Angola Public Toilet. Makati South, Salvation Church, and the Men's Home area. Uyaboman and Gonse, Lorry Station down and Clinic area. Mr. Speaker, beyond the emergency interventions, this is how we can do some rethinking and manage our water. We must be honest with ourselves. Emergency interventions alone will not solve this challenge. No drainage system, no matter how well designed, can evacuate all water during extreme high-intensity rainfall events. The floods of the future cannot be managed only by building larger drains. Modern flood-resilient cities understand that the solution is to slow water, store water, spread water safely, and allow the ground to absorb water naturally. Mr. Speaker, I therefore call on the Honorable Minister responsible for works, housing, and water resources, and all relevant ministers. And Mr. Speaker, let me put on notice that the Minister of Works and Housing has been supportive so far, to appear before the House and present a comprehensive update on government's immediate, medium, and long-term flood mitigation strategy. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to ask what has become of the flood task force established by His Excellency, the President. The work undertaken by that task force, its findings and recommendations should be brought before this House and considered as part of our broader national conversation on sustainable flood solutions. Mr. Speaker, I further urge the relevant parliamentary committees, particularly the Works and Housing Committee and the Local Government Committee, to invite the metropolitan and municipal chief executives of the most affected communities to present their local flood prevention strategies, preparedness plans, and specific interventions being implemented to protect vulnerable residents. Flood resilience requires accountability at every level: national government, local authorities, technical agencies, and communities themselves. Mr. Speaker, we must confront a difficult truth. In many cases, we continue to create the conditions for tomorrow's flood through today's development choices. Our building approval systems must evolve. They must no longer ask only whether a structure can stand safely. They must ask a more fundamental question: what happens to the water when this structure is built? This requires a new generation, a generation of climate-sensitive building and planning regulations. We must therefore introduce and enforce measures such as: 1, the mandatory water impact assessments before approving major developments. 2, rainwater harvesting systems to temporarily retain storm water at household, commercial, and institutional levels. 3, limits on excessive paving and hard surfaces so that soil can continue to absorb rainfall. 4, green infiltration areas, vegetated channels, and landscape depressions designed to slow and absorb excess water. 5, strict enforcement against illegal development on waterways and other environmentally sensitive areas. Mr. Speaker, these are not necessarily expensive solutions. They are simply smarter ways of designing our communities and require consistent enforcement and political commitment. Mr. Speaker, a Greater Accra Flood Resilience Plan is required, and I'm ending my statement. I therefore call for the development of a comprehensive Greater Accra Flood Resilience Plan, a long-term strategy that moves us beyond seasonal emergency responses and addresses flooding at its roots. This plan must bring together engineers, hydrologists, environmental scientists, urban planners, local assemblies, traditional authorities, and communities under a coordinated framework. The plan should be built around 5 key pillars, Mr. Speaker. 1, the engineering and emergency preparedness pillar, which comes with modernization of drainage systems, continuous desilting and dredging of existing channels, improved flood forecasting and emergency response system. 2, nature-based solutions, which comes with protection and restoration of wetlands, preservation of floodplains, creation of green corridors and natural water retention areas. 3, the smart urban development, which comes with climate-sensitive building regulations, water impact assessments, rainwater retention systems, control on excessive paving and urban hardening. 4, community stewardship and behavioral change, which comes with flood resilience. It's not only an engineering challenge, it is a shared responsibility. It requires stronger public education, responsible waste disposal, respect for natural drainage pathways, and active community leadership. Plastic waste and indiscriminate dumping continue to block our drains, Mr. Speaker, and worsen flooding. Ghana's strong community networks provide a powerful foundation for citizens to become partners in protecting their environment. Mr. Speaker, the final one, which is governance, coordination, and accountability. There must be clear institutional responsibilities, sustainable funding, measured targets, and regular reporting to this Honorable House so that flood resilience remains a continuous national priority, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I end, I want to call on this House, respectfully. The cost of prevention will always be less than the cost of rebuilding homes and restoring infrastructure after every disaster. But while buildings can be reconstructed and roads can be repaired, the lives lost can never be recovered. This is the true cost of our inaction. The lesson from Wejagbawe and other communities across Greater Accra is not simply that we need larger drains. The lesson is that we need a new relationship with water. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is that we need a new relationship with water. For too long, we have treated water as an enemy to be pushed away. The most resilient cities in the world have learned to give water space, to work with natural systems, and to design communities that can withstand the realities of a changing climate. By combining engineering, good governance, responsible citizenship, and respect for our natural systems, we can build a cleaner, safer, and more resilient Ghana. Mr. Speaker, let this parliament not be remembered merely for how many times it's debated floods after they occurred. Let it be remembered as the parliament that changed Ghana's approach to flood management from a cycle of disaster, relief, and reconstruction to a future built on prevention, resilience, and responsible development. The people of Wejagbawe, the people of Greater Accra, and indeed all Ghanaians deserve nothing less but good governance and proper places to sleep. I thank you very much, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Honourable members, Honourable Buama also has a similar statement, and I would want to give him the opportunity so that he can also make same statement on flooding, and then we'll then comment on the two together. Honourable members, let me bring it to the floor that sometimes people complain about my comment on certain things when 2 pages statements are supposed to be made. You must stick yourself exactly to the 2 pages. Honourable Buama, you have the floor.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker, for this treasure piece, as my leader would say. A statement on Ghana's perennial flooding crisis, a call for a decisive and sustained national action. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement on a matter of pressing national concern: the recurring and devastating flooding that continues to claim lives, destroy livelihoods, and undermine Ghana's development across all regions in our country. Mr. Speaker, when the rains return each year, so too does a familiar grief. Ghanaians do not receive the floods with shock. They receive them with the grim recognition of people who have been here before, many times in many communities and in many regions. This is the serious indictment we must confront today. Ghana's flooding crisis is not a natural disaster. It is a man-made catastrophe, compounded by decades of institutional inaction, inadequate urban planning, and chronic underinvestment in drainage infrastructure. It is my solemn duty as a representative of the people of Ifia and a member of this August House to demand that we move beyond condolences and temporary relief towards durable structural solutions. Mr. Speaker, year after year, flooding continues to cause immense suffering across Ghana. Heavy rains repeatedly destroy homes, roads, businesses, and other properties, while also claiming lives and displacing thousands of people. Communities in Greater Accra, the Western region, and many other parts of this country have endured the devastating effects of these floods. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this situation has continued into 2026, with recent rains causing further destruction. These recurring disasters highlight the urgent need to address poor drainage systems, uncontrolled development, and weak enforcement of planning regulations. Flooding is not just a seasonal occurrence. It is a persistent national challenge that threatens the lives, the livelihoods, and well-being of our people. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's flooding problem is caused by well-known factors that have not been adequately addressed due to weak commitment and limited investment. These include poorly maintained drainage systems, illegal building on waterways, weak enforcement of planning and building regulations, and ineffective waste management that leads to choked drains. Mr. Speaker, to address Ghana's worsening flooding situation, government must act on 3 levels: immediate, the medium term, and the long term. In the immediate term, Mr. Speaker, Parliament must demand a full assessment of the flood damage and a clear plan for relief and rehabilitation. The National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, must be strengthened with adequate funding and capacity to improve early warning systems and emergency response. Mr. Speaker, in the medium term, the Ghana Institute of Engineers have been advocating a transition towards a decentralized, nature-based storm water management systems that mimic our natural hydrological processes. They have further recommended interventions including permeable pavements, bioswales, rain gardens, green roofs, detention systems, infiltration facilities, riparian buffers, and rainwater harvesting. The Ghana Institute of Engineering has also called for a national post-development rain-off control policy to ensure that new developments do not generate run-off volumes and peak flows beyond pre-development conditions. In addition, they have proposed a national rainwater harvesting policy, stronger enforcement of land use regulations, catchment-based planning units, protection of waterway buffer zones, and greater private sector participation in green infrastructure development. This August House has a responsibility to our constituents and the good people of Ghana who shelter in fear when the rains come, those who have buried children pulled from flood waters, those who have rebuilt year after year only to watch it washed away again. We owe them not sympathy speeches, but a structural change. I urge this honorable House and my honorable colleagues across party lines to lend their full support to a more robust parliamentary oversight of Ghana's flood management agenda. I also urge the government to move with the speed that this crisis demands. The cost of inaction is being paid in lives, in cities, and in the quiet despair of communities that have come to expect better from us. Ghana is better than this, Mr. Speaker. Our people deserve better than this. Let this parliament be one that is counted, that finally we said enough is enough. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you so very much for the opportunity to make this statement. I'm so grateful.
Honourable members, this the statements. The floor is now open. Leadership, how many comments are we taking?
Mr. Speaker, we have agreed on 2-2.
Very well.
Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Zaneto, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Honourable colleague. Mr. Speaker, indeed, he highlighted many of the factors that contribute.
Limited 5 minutes.
He highlighted the factors contributing towards what have now become perennial floods. However, Mr. Speaker, of great concern is the fact that areas that hitherto were not experiencing flooding are experiencing severe flooding now, which I think is an indicator that there is something amiss in how we are approaching this matter. Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, the issue of having green zones, of having reservoirs to hold rainwater upstream in order to minimize the volume of water coming down, and indeed all the other factors enumerated by the Member of Parliament are true. But I think that very importantly is the issue of consequence management. Mr. Speaker, if people are able to get away with building in waterways because of perhaps their political affiliation, because of whatever clout they may have, and when it comes to the issue of demolition, it's only the most vulnerable whose temporary residences are demolished, while other people can maintain their structures that are illegally placed, while certain public servants are party to the illegal changing in the zones of various areas from perhaps green zones into residential, and nothing happens to those officials, then, Mr. Speaker, it would appear that we are not putting in place the necessary measures to create disincentives for those who are putting the risks, other people's lives at risk. It goes without saying that at this point in time, flooding is clearly one of our national security issues, and there's a clear nexus established between national security and good governance. Mr. Speaker, it's imperative that better consequences are put in place, that sanctions are really adhered to when people break the laws, don't abide with the building regulations. We have all the laws in place. Our biggest problem is the enforcement of these and making sure that people are held accountable for not abiding by the rules in place. And it may be oversimplifying the issue to only speak about the behavior of people in terms of discarding solid waste. But if you go to other countries, even those that have underground drainage, Mr. Speaker, on a very regular basis, they flush the drains. That is, they don't call it desilting, but it amounts to the same thing. It's basically the attempt to clear solid debris out of these waterways to make sure that the volume of water that they can contain is retained as such. My constituency suffers from severe flooding, and Odorna, for example, which is literally on the border of the Odo Channel, is silted up, Mr. Speaker, and I've reiterated this several times on the floor since 2017. The fact that the regular desilting that should be happening is not happening, and there are times of the year when you can see cattle actually walking in the Odo, which means that's the level that the solid waste and silt has gone up to. It cannot be a once in a few years that such channels are desilted. It has to be something that's part of the regular maintenance. Mr. Speaker, many assemblies have as a regular item line in their budgets desilting. So how are we not prepared for the rains each year? That every single year we end up on the floor lamenting about the loss to life and property and livelihoods, where people are concerned about how they can move forward with their jobs. We have the Odorna garages, which is in Odorna as well, where people send their vehicles to be repaired. With the kind of rainfall we're having, not only does this mean that people who need their vehicles repaired will be afraid to send their vehicles there, but it affects the livelihoods of those who work there. There's a whole impact on all sectors of society when we don't pay attention to these very salient issues. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do add my voice to the honourable member to ask that we actually are more stringent in enforcing the law when it comes to what it is that we do when people are not in accordance or in compliance with the various rules and regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Oponkrum.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity
5 minutes.
to make some brief comments on the statement that has been delivered. First, I would like to join in expressing the commiserations to the millions of our colleagues who have been affected by the floods this year. Mr. Speaker, in my personal experience, I started noticing and following conversations about floods more deeply in 2007 when I started working as a broadcast journalist at Joy FM. And every year around this time, not only are there the discussions about the rains, but even more about the floods. And what is, may I say, painful about it is that the leadership class ends up either on one occasion flying in helicopters to look at what's happening, or we're walking through the water and some policemen are holding our hands, or some donations are being made, or we express condolences. And Mr. Speaker, the fact that almost every year the problem is getting worse, I think first of all should send a signal to us that we are failing in tackling this problem. I had the opportunity to serve as Minister for Works and Housing for about 9 months. And Mr. Speaker, in my experience, I made an observation which I think can help move the conversation forward. When it comes to the technical solutions and all the other climate resilient and other ideas, they are very well known. Mr. Speaker, one of the major problems, and I would like to agree with the Honourable Zanetto Rollins when she speaks about the fact that every year we appear to plan to desilt or do something, but it never gets done. One of the major reasons is that the budgets that are allocated for the flood control programs do not get released. Mr. Speaker, you can check from the Ministry of Works and Housing. You will find that year to year, you probably won't find more than 25% of the budget that has been allocated for the program, the flood control program, being released. And it's a reason for which you will see it on paper that we are planning to desilt here or build some stronger drainage systems here, and it doesn't happen. So, Mr. Speaker, if we are really serious that we want to go beyond paying lip service to the question of floods, want to go beyond expressing condolences and walking in water, we should put our money where our best ideas are. The releases that must go, I face the same problem as minister. I do know that the current minister is facing the same problem. The releases that must go ahead of time so that those programs for desilting and the construction of drains can take place, they must go in good time. If we don't release those budgets, we can talk as much as we want, the problem will keep getting worse. Mr. Speaker, secondly, where even budgets are available, for example, programs that are not funded through the Central Treasury, but with some grants or donor funding, where funding is available, project execution is also very poor. You have projects that are on paper supposed to migrate to certain points, and by the time you check, delivery is very poor with all sorts of excuses, and there are no consequences. And it's important that the assemblies and the central government quicken the rate of project execution when it comes to the flood control program. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, we are not enforcing the standards that we are talking about. I mean, why should it be that whole buildings will show up in waterways before we start an exercise to demolish those buildings? Where were the local authorities when those buildings were going up? And so, Mr. Speaker, we need to pay some more attention to enforcement of standards as well. And very finally, Mr. Speaker, we in the political class also have to depoliticize the subject of floods. When it comes up, depending on which side of the divide that you are, we sometimes take delight in politicizing it. I remember in 2019, when our friends on the other side, when there were issues with floods and they needed to be confronted, decided to make it an Akufo-Addo matter. Press statements were issued that he had failed to deal with the floods. Today, as it is getting worse, would it be fair for us to now make that the reason for what we're experiencing? And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we depoliticize the subject of floods, we fund the flood control programs, we execute better, and we enforce the standards that will help translate the brilliant ideas into results for our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Mama Jifa Gomashi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this chamber, I'm sure that the many times that I've stood up to speak has been about flooding, either one that is caused by tidal waves or by excessive rain. What we are hearing in this room from the contributions from previous speakers is that, yes, there's force majeure, yes, there's climate change and global warming, but there's also the behavior of citizens of this country that go to compound the problem when it does come. What I'm not hearing is what we intend to do about our behavior as a people. We are noted to be 70% or more of Christians in this country. I don't know which part of the Bible encourages us to live in so much filth. From the schools to the churches, to our hospitals, to our offices, we just are comfortable with drinking water or whatever it is that we have eaten and leaving it exactly where we are. Mr. Speaker, if you organize an event now in this chamber and you serve food by mistake, by mistake you serve food and water, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that everything that we have eaten and drunk will be left in this room for you who serve the food. We are the problem. We are the problem. In our tertiary institutions where you will expect that mature people have gone, you will find us drink water and put the bottles in the louver blades and in the windows. In our offices, it's happening. In this parliament, perhaps not in the chamber because you don't allow us to bring anything in here, but if you go on the compound, you will find it. So I think that if we are agreeing, because what I'm hearing from both sides is that we admit that there's a problem that has to be solved. If we can take away the politics and together decide that those who are building in waterways, those who are not doing their job, which they are being paid for, and all of us will come together and say, enough is enough. Who is it that signed away this land that you know is a waterlogged area? We are filling waterways, we are filling heritage sites, we are filling wetlands and so on. Even designated ones. Who are signed? Who are the people behind the signatures? Why can't we find them? Why can't we find them? Why can't we face this problem head on? I think that this dancing around the tables and the chairs has gone on for far too long. And if we want to save our country and save ourselves, we must be bold and face the bull by the horns. I think that, Mr. Speaker, statements have been read in this chamber, and I can only imagine that next year we'll be here reading more statements and rising up to contribute to them. But to what end? Something has to give. They say if it's not broken, don't fix it. This one is overbroken. We have to just collect the pieces and see what we can save of our country. And Mr. Speaker, having said that, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity, and then would also want to join my colleagues to commend the makers of the statement, Honorable Yaubuama of Efia, and then the Deputy Minority Whip, Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaibu of Wejagbawi. The Speaker, if I pick the sentiment of the House, it appears that everybody here seems to know what is the cause of the floods that we experience every year in this country. The Speaker, from both statements, they mentioned poor drainage systems, choked drains, building on waterways, rapid urbanization, overflow of rivers. The Speaker, they all mentioned them. Even the Minister for Tourism, again, talks about the character of members of our society. The Speaker, these are obvious. And many of us also call that we depoliticize this matter of floods. The Speaker, I am surprised we are saying this, yet we are the same people who use this matter or these issues of flood for electoral gains. The Speaker, it is obvious that we use these flood issues for electoral gains. It was obvious that the current administration promised the people of Greater Accra, they are going to build reservoirs in communities that we are experiencing floods. Mr. Speaker, the current government, Mr. Speaker, blamed every little thing to the extent of blaming rainfalls on the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo then. Mr. Speaker, the Odo Basin, the Kaneshie, the Alaju, the Weja, the Adenta waterways. Mr. Speaker, when the then Esward administration was clearing the pathways, bringing down buildings so that these water bodies can have pathways, it was used against members. It was politicized. People lost their parliamentary seat on this matter. Mr. Speaker, so I am surprised that we come to this room and pretend after winning election at the same or at the back of the same things we used to win elections now become Pontius Pilates and preach that the Speaker
member,
will depoliticize this matter.
Know you are
we cannot depoliticize this matter.
Arena of debate. You are breaching the rules. So be guided accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, the truth must be said that we cannot pretend that we know all the factors of the floods, and yet when it is time for elections, we appear to forget these factors.
You seems to be doing the same thing. Kindly resume your seat. Yes, Minority Leader.
Speaker, with respect. Speaker, with respect. The member had spent 3 out of his 5 minutes. What I know, Mr. Speaker, is that where you have disagreement with a line of argument, Mr. Speaker would ordinarily call the member to order in respect of that specific submission. Mr. Speaker, members on this side were up in arms against him, raising murmurs and all. And Mr. Speaker, now if you say that he should lose his 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, that's quite a difficult.
Minority Leader, we are here to guide.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you.
And when you provide a guidance and the member have decided to ignore you, you apply the tools available for you.
Mr. Speaker,
so, honourable members, we are here to guide everybody. When members are speaking, Honourable Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah spoke, I never intervened. For me to tell you that honourable members or honourable member, you are veering into a debate which the rule says we should not do. Stick to your rules. The very thing that you said for me to bring the warning, you are repeating the same thing. Why?
Speaker, you are a father to all of us. Mr. Speaker, you are a father to all of us. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, a first-timer described a statement I had made that you admitted as myopic. He repeated it 3 times. Mr. Speaker, he repeated it 3 times.
Well,
Mr. Speaker, may hear me. Mr. Speaker, please hear me. Mr. Speaker, please hear me. Mr. Speaker, I had a cause to even complain to his boss, the majority leader, off record. Oh, no, leader, it's fair. Sometimes it's fair. I complained to him that he is a junior member of this house. You don't describe, you see, even when I'm speaking, you have to keep quiet and listen. You are not to do this. At least I've been here, this is my 4th term.
He's a junior at the bar.
And I'm your senior at the bar as well. He is my senior. Please don't do this. Mr. Speaker, this is how my own junior in this chamber described a statement that had been admitted by you. But Mr. Speaker, we moved on. I am only pleading with you. Mr. Speaker, you are our primus. You are our primus. The rule is that you are the first amongst your equals. You are correcting him. You are correcting me. You are correcting us. But I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, to deny him of his additional 2 minutes is onerous. That is my very humble submission. That he takes a guide. Please allow him, because one day, Mr. Speaker, all the good things you do in this chamber, you'll be remembered for that. I thank you.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday he made a statement on free speech. Somebody said the president should be killed, that the first lady should be beheaded. And he came and made an elaborate statement on free speech. Somebody uses the word myopic, and he says that he's up in arms. You, the advocate of free speech, you are running away from the word myopic.
Well, honourable members, yesterday I have heard that, but I have not heard reference to his statement as being myopic. That's not what I have heard, that your statement is myopic. That wasn't what I have heard.
Mr. Speaker,
and now, Leader, listen to me. I asked him to resume his seat because the practice of the House and the rule is that when the Speaker is speaking, you resume your seat. Is that not the case? Is that not the case? So at the time that I was speaking, the honorable member was still standing. Then I said, honorable member, resume your seat so that you can listen to what I am saying. This is not to deny him the opportunity to complete the rest of his terms.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to learn. You brought clarity. You brought clarity. Mr. Speaker, give a smile. You brought clarity. But, Mr. Speaker, on the member's submission of yesterday, Mr. Speaker, he was making direct reference to my statement. Mr. Speaker, I held my temper. I managed it and rather complained to his boss that, Mr. Speaker, the approach is not to go on that path. But, Mr. Speaker, we all manage situations, and I thank you for giving Honorable Asafo-Adjei the opportunity to complete. Mr. Speaker, you are a man of procedure.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful and I am guided. Mr. Speaker, quite recently, the president in his town hall meeting with the Ghanaian community in UK, Mr. Speaker, stated that the flooding situation in Ghana is not an engineering problem, but is a man-made problem. Mr. Speaker, I want to also add that the flooding issues in Ghana are as a result of weak leadership and indisciplined citizenship. Mr. Speaker, we cannot detach the two and have this problem solved amicably. We cannot have it. Mr. Speaker, it has to go together, which is important that we, the leaders, must show leadership. Mr. Speaker, some of these areas that we are talking about, you cannot even have the political will to do what is right because you are scared of losing their votes. Mr. Speaker, that is what we must,
as a house talk to ourselves about. So if my partner or my colleague from the other side is dealing with something that I know deep down within me will help solve this flooding issue, I should be seen supporting him, not using that opportunity to gain or score some political point. Else, we will be here every year to discuss these flood issues like we have been doing. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you with these few words, and I'm grateful for your opportunity.
Honourable members, I think we've done the 2-2 as indicated by the leadership of the House. Do I take comment from the leaders? Yes. You have the floor.
Sometimes I miss the majority leader. He's one troublesome fellow, but I will manage him. Speaker, let me commend Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib, the member for Wejagbawe, for bringing this statement to the fore. I commend his industry, as well as the member who spoke after him with another statement, Honorable Isaac Buamanyako. Mr. Speaker, I have my own views to add to the beautiful submissions by my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, this is what I have to say. Mr. Speaker, in early 2025, government established an anti-flood task force with considerable institutional seriousness. It was chaired by the Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of operations, Mr. Stanislav Hosedogwe. Mr. Speaker, the President's own legal counsel, Marita Brew, served as its secretary. Its membership included the Minister of Water Resources, Works and Housing, Kenneth Ejay, the Minister of Local Government, Ahmed Ibrahim, National Security Coordinator, DCOP, Abdul Osman Razak, and the Deputy Director General of NADMO, Teddy Adi. Mr. Speaker, this was not a token committee. This was a body assembled from the very top of Ghana's executive machinery, announced to the public as a decisive intervention against perennial national problem. And yet we are here. The same communities are flooded. The same families are displaced. The same drains are overwhelmed. The formation of the task force was widely publicized. Its results, however, Mr. Speaker, have been conspicuously silent. This is precisely why Honorable Shaib's demand that the task force findings and recommendations be brought before Parliament is not a procedural technicality. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that the context he made the demand is a democratic necessity. Ghanaians funded this task force through their taxes. They were promised to make a difference, and I believe that they are owed a transparent account of what it actually did. If the task force met, deliberated and produced recommendations that were subsequently ignored by the relevant institutions, that this is a failure of implementation, it must be called as it is. If its recommendations were accepted but not resourced, that is a failure of political will. If it met a handful of times and quietly faded away, that is a failure of commitment. Whichever of these is true, Parliament and the Ghanaian public have a right to know. And Mr. Speaker, may I remind my colleagues in government that they made a manifesto promise, and this must be confronted now in this very House. Beyond the task force, there is even more fundamental accountability question that cannot be sidestepped. The governing party, the NDC, went to the Ghanaian electorate with a specific concrete promise, and it's been 1 year, 6 months. They promised the construction of water retention and detention reservoirs in flood-prone communities as a lasting structural solution to recurrent urban flooding. This was not a vague aspiration buried in footnotes. It was a central commitment, the kind of infrastructure-based permanent solution that communities across Greater Accra have desperately needed for years. Mr. Speaker,
Voters in flood-affected constituencies heard that promise. Many of them cast their ballot with that promise in mind. Today, the same voters are once again cleaning the mud from their flowers and salvaging with remains of their belongings. The reservoirs have not been built, the flooding have not been prevented, and the question that must be asked loudly and without apology is this: why not? This is not a partisan question. It is a governance question. If the retention and the detention reservoirs were the right solution, and the evidence strongly suggests that they are part of the right solution, then the failure delivered to them is a failure that affects the real people in real communities. It points to either a breakdown in implementation or a failure of coordination between ministries and local assemblies, and a promise that was made without credible plan to back it. Any of these
Yes, Majority Leader.
If the minority leader can hand over the script he has read, it will be helpful. I don't know if that is another statement or he was commenting on the statement made by Jerry. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, I think that the issue of flooding across our country is indeed a very serious matter. And we as a House, as a Parliament, must figure out how we can help the rest of the country to deal with this problem. And so the relevant committees of Parliament that deal with issues relating to decentralization, which is directly responsible for zoning, permitting, and infrastructure development at that level, the committee must sit up and get the various local government authorities up to their game in terms of making sure that these unlawful developments that obstruct the pathways of water stop. I also think that solving this problem requires a major infrastructure intervention. We are talking about drains in all the communities to direct the water when it rains heavily, major drains to move the water from the neighborhoods towards major reservoirs that we must construct, and then finally the outlets into the ocean where the water must end. These are huge infrastructure commitments that we must make as a country, and it requires some funding. So as a House, when government brings the budget, we should be interested in how much money is being set aside for infrastructure to deal with drainage. Because if you invite the Minister for Works here 100 times, and yet you don't make the relevant appropriation to enable the Ministry of Housing and Works and Housing to be able to finance these major infrastructure activities, the problem will remain unsolved. And as for the issue of our own culpability as citizens in this matter, the people who are developing at wrong places, very often some of them don't even know that that place is flood prone. They are sold lands during the dry season. They are asked to hurriedly develop. They run and start the development, and then the rains come, and then they are caught in a web of floods and the devastating consequences of the floods. When people have taken their monies already. Of course, the rest of us who know stand idly by, don't care, or are too busy to be concerned about what they are doing. But all in all, I think that it is an institutional problem. We must sit up as a people, and we must get the institutions to function. we cannot blame individuals. We must blame institutions. The institutions are not functioning. So let's get the institutions functioning. I've read about the special task force that was set up by the president. I'm not sure that this is a problem that can be solved within the 1 year that I think the task force has been in existence. A lot of studies are required, a lot of fundraising is required, and I believe that they will ultimately achieve some success, but we need to give them time. So let's give the task force some time and see what the output can be. But for now, I urge government, and we have the Minister for Interior here, to see how we can resource NADMO so that in these trying times, some resources can be made available to support houses and household occupants that are in dire need of support to move out for now and find places to perch until the water recedes. So, Mr. Speaker, on this note, I will thank the maker of the statement. It is very important, and to also sympathize with those who have lost their lives, their families, and those who have lost property, and those who have been seriously inconvenienced by the flooding. And so, Mr. Speaker, the two makers of the statement have done well.
Honorable Minority Leader, I thank you for your generosity. Yes, the Minister for Interior.
Well, probably I may not even use that much. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank members for their contribution, but to say that let's redirect our efforts to the right place. Because, you see, it is easy to blame somebody for everything. That's very easy. But the most difficult thing is when you have to blame yourself for what you have failed to do. And as citizens, we need, as members of parliament, to begin talking directly to our own constituents. Because if you see the nature and the way we carry ourselves and create this artificial problem for ourselves. Because I was saying that after the supernatural, God will take care of that. But for the natural, we have to take care of it ourselves. God will not come and do what we are supposed to do for ourselves. You cannot continue doing the wrong thing and expect a different result. It will never happen. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the way we build, today, in Greater Accra alone, more than 50% of the houses that we are building have either not taken permit, there's no any certification, nobody has checked the soil test, they won't just comply. And we are running a district assembly that all of us have a role to play, where we try to use our political influences to exert on the officers that are in the district assembly. Today, many of them have decided that, if for Muntakade, he will call and then they ask us to let go. Then after Zena Rollins, then that one, she's coming, let me talk to her one-on-one and we'll deal with it. So because of that, it has become so rampant that our district assemblies have completely lost control. Our chiefs keep saying that this land belongs to them. And therefore, they decide that they finish selling all the prime land. Now they say that this one too, even though it's waterlogged, they can refill it and sell. And all of us watch. And then when it rains and when there's flooding, then we try to play the blame game. Mr. Speaker, with a greater respect, you've been here, if I recollect very well, this is about your, fifth term. Fourth, sorry. How many times have this decision not been made on both sides, whether it is NPP government or NDC government that is there? Today, one of the major things that we have realized is that the NADMO, that's the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, all of us tend to think that after disaster, it will take care of itself. We don't even plan very well. I can recollect that they did a comprehensive report way back February, saying that certain things needed to be done. They pushed the Greater Accra Regional Minister, and they were going around clearing houses on waterways. Here's some of the comments, the insults they were being received. So, yes, this has happened. As we speak, we've marked 16 houses that we've identified in Greater Accra that are of public concern. And they started going down, bringing them down. We want the public to support them. But the District Assembly must wake up to the realization that this tax is theirs. Mr. Speaker, if you care to know, even Parliament, if we want to build something here, we have to go to the right assembly to collect permit. Because it is their jurisdiction. They are supposed to monitor. They are supposed to ensure we use the right material. How many of us are doing it? When it is done, like this chamber, we are supposed to annually certify that it's fire safety, the safety measures are right. How many of us are doing it? And then when the disaster happens, then we want to blame each other. We will continue to do the best that we can in resourcing NADMO. Currently, one of the things that we are doing is that all the seized excavators in the illegal mining activities, last 2 weeks, we agreed that about 70 of it should be given to NADMO so that they can take it across the country for desilting. So that is being done, and my colleague, Honorable Amabua, was not around. Just yesterday, he said that next week we will do that, to hand over these excavators to NADMO so that they can use it to desilt most of the drain. But the bottom line is that let's begin speaking out to our own constituents. Because when you drop garbage and other things, just know that you are just pushing the problem back onto yourself. Because yes, it may leave you, the garbage will leave you. It will go and choke the drain, and then the water will push back. And when it pushes back, it will come back to you. But I can assure you that, Mr. Speaker, we will do the best that we can. We are trying to see if we can get a committee to comprehensively look at issue about this building permit and lack of following through the procedure. What is it that we can do? Because Mr. Speaker, without enforcement, we will not be able to achieve.
Honourable Minister, you have additional 1 more minute.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The enforcement are scattered in different ministries. Whereas NADMO sits with Ministry of Interior, local government handles the issue of the district assemblies. Fire, yes, also with Interior. And we are trying to get NADMO and Fire Service to work together. What about the others? We are trying to get this broader collaboration to ensure that the enforcement is unique and together. Other than that, if we continue to do this piecemeal, it will be extremely difficult for us to overcome this challenge. It's sad that people have lost their life needlessly, but we extend our condolences to those who have lost their life. Our MPs who have lost a lot of their constituents have lost properties and loved ones. We extend our condolences to them, and we will do the best that we can to extend help to many of them as much as possible. Last weekend, I was with my colleague from Okankwe North, and we tried to suppose. You haven't spoken to me about it. You are not talking about it. And she wrote. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank members for the statement that they've made. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, statement time is ended. Yes, Majority Leader, any indication?
Mr. Speaker, a few clauses of the Community Service Bill. He has some very important amendments that he has advertised, and we've all come, the Minister for Education, Minister for Interior, we've all come to assist, consider amendments advertised in the name of Osahene Afenyo Markin, the great minority leader. So, Mr. Speaker, just about 8 clauses. No, the reason why I propose 8 clauses are that if you look at where we stopped yesterday, we have clause 25, which we deferred, and clause 31, which we also deferred, so that today we can take them together and try and then find a proper rendition. After that, Mr. Speaker, you have, for instance, from clause 32 up to 35, there are no advertised amendments. And then, 37, 38, just a few amendments that we can take, within a very short time. So if we commit ourselves to just working for a few minutes, we can hit 39. And that's why I propose, 7 or 8 clauses, aiming at clause 39. So please, Minority Leader, I plead that you allow us to just advance this bill a little.
Speaker, the Majority Leader has a way of putting babies to sleep. He gives them some additional titles to manage situation. But Mr. Speaker, be that as it may, the Deputy Leader, together with the chair of the committee and my good self, had a certain understanding. The Majority Leader was not here. And the understanding was that we would confer on my amendment. We agreed 10 a.m. tomorrow, so that we come and finish this snap. I gave my word, we agreed. Mr. Ricketts, So suddenly the Majority Leader referring to me as great Afenyo marking and all of that, and trying to give me all manner of titles, then he's blackmailing me to say that these are my amendments. Mr. Speaker, well, Mr. Speaker, I am happy the minister is
You said I have done what?
Mr. Speaker, I am saying that the communication of your constituent, with communication you channel to the minister, he has not responded to that communication.
My constituents don't communicate directly to the minister. They have not channeled any communication through me to the minister. Well, I have not heard anything from him. But this is not his bill.
Speaker, we are taking my amendment, clause 31. We finished. We came up to 30. We came.
Honourable member, let me place
So you want
the
to go to
bill
25?
under consideration.
Oh, very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
that is
the
so.
Community Service Bill 2026 at consideration stage. Honourable members, we defer consideration of clause 25. Chairman of the committee, have you looked at clause 25 with the committee members?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I've taken a close look at the 25B and think we can do the cross reference appropriately when we get to clause 31.
So what then will be the new rendition in 25B?
Sorry?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the promoter of the bill is here. Yesterday, what we suggested is that we must tidy up 25 with 29, 30, and 31. You want to establish a rehabilitation fund with its objectives. Now, when you say 25B, monies accruing to the Secretariat in the performance of the functions of the Secretariat, the understanding is that a convicted person may go and offer a service somewhere where some remuneration may accrue. That can be a source of fund. Like our time that we do sanitary parts with convicted persons. The convicted person will labor and money will accrue to it. But Mr. Speaker, we want the chairman and the minister to clean up 25 and then 31 and 29 together. I think that when we get 29, 30, and 31 pass, we then will understand what we can do with 25. Mr. Speaker, funds of the Secretariat, why? The Secretariat is just part of the structure of a community service. But the beef of this bill is your rehabilitation fund. Part of that fund will be used to fund the Secretariat. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for us to be able to make progress, my suggestion would be that let's keep 25 still stood down and probably try to see how far we can go. We'll then come back to it. Instead of trying to take it now, when we have not done 29, 30, 31. So to be able to make real progress, in fact, in my view, if we want, we can stand down the 25, 29, 30, and 31 and proceed with the others that do not have to have anything to do with the funding. Then when we are done, we'll take our time and look at the funding and how to rationalize them.
We are now moving straight to 31. We've already taken 29 and 30.
That they've done it.
Oh, okay. Then my suggestion is that let's continue. And then when we are done, then we'll come back to the 29, 30, 25, 29, 30, and 31.
To consider clause 31 conveniently, we need to resolve clause 25. If you don't resolve clause 25, you may have challenge considering clause 31, unless you want clause 25 and 31 to be stood down. Is that a sense of the House? Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minister promoting the bill is here. We just need some policy clarity. So you are establishing a secretariat to implement the provisions of this bill. That secretariat has to be financed. Now, traditionally, we will say money approved by Parliament. You want to add, in addition to the money approved by Parliament, money accruing to the Secretariat in the performance of the functions of the Secretariat. The functions of the Secretariat include implementing a community service program. The community service program may generate revenue when convicted persons are asked to render services for which the services will be paid for. So That's the intention that is reflected in clause 25. Subsequently, in clause 29, you then establish a rehabilitation fund. And the object of the fund is to provide financial resources for rehabilitation of convicted persons. Then, in that one, you didn't say Parliament in the first instance, but in B you say Parliament may determine. Is that okay? Then your main focus in 31 is the same monies that convicted persons, is that okay, are going to generate. So we need clarity. We need clarity. And that is why Speaker said, let's resolve this issue, because if we don't have that clarity, you want a rehabilitation fund. In my opinion, you have to take a decision. The Secretariat is an agency of government. As for agencies of government, they are to be funded by Parliament. So you can leave it there. Then you can now come to rehabilitation and say that, as a matter of principle, the people who have raised money through their service, that money can be used to invest in them to rehabilitate them. You see, so my view is that take out the B in 25. Take out the B in 25, and let's leave monies accruing to us from the use of the labor of the convicted persons for their own rehabilitation. That's my view. So there's a need for policy clarity here. Once there's policy clarity, couching it is the easiest part of the job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the principle is this. Because the secretariat that we are setting up is new. And we have seen the example of Uganda, where they set it up and it was not properly funded. It was poorly funded and then it couldn't function. So we want to combine the services that will be rendered by the inmates who are now to do community service. Whatever they will generate, we want to be able to split it so that part of it will be for the secretariat and part of it will be for the rehabilitation, so that at least we are able to fund both, function. Because if you joke and you leave it for only the GOG or what Parliament will approve, you may arrive at the Ugandan example where you have set it up, but because it is poorly funded, it is not even able to function to get inmates to provide the community service. So that is why the intention by the committee was that, okay, when we explain this, then the committee said, okay, if that's the case, can we take a portion of what will be generated as of their activity into the rehabilitation? That's why you are now seeing them at both ends. But the intention is that split this, whatever they will be generating, to serve both the secretariat and the rehabilitation fund. I mean, frankly speaking, my thinking was that if truly we could succeed, I know we are going to get there, succeed in getting the district assembly to play their role in terms of funding the rehabilitation, then even 25% from their activity from the secretariat to this one will be sufficient. But other than that, we may have to do 50-50 for them.
You see, honorable members, if you look at page 8 of the memorandum accompanying the bill, it deals with clause 25. It reads, clause 25 to 28 deals with financial provisions. Clause 25 provides for funds of the secretariat. The funds of the secretariat includes monies approved by Parliament, that's one, monies accruing to the secretariat in the performance of the functions of the secretariat, and donation, grant, and gifts. So we can leave it as it is and make addition that 25% of monies accruing from the service provided by the convict. So we can do that addition to 25. But if we are trying to cross-reference 31 to 25 as the way it is done here, it will be problematic. So we have to maintain the old rendition in 25 and probably have a new clause between B and C, which will talk about the percentage retention of the service provided by the convicted persons. So in that case, we will not have a problem. Then we can still maintain 31 as it is, so that the rest of the money generated as a result would then be used for rehabilitation. Yes, let me hear from the chairman.
So, Mr. Speaker, are you suggesting that the proposed amendment we have under 31B, which reads as follows: at least 25% of monies accruing to the Secretariat in the performance of the functions of the Secretariat be lifted and placed in between 25B and C?
Yes.
Very well. So if that is the position,
yes,
we may implore our drafts lady to take note and effect the changes accordingly.
Yes, so that when you go to 31, the rest of the percentage remains the yes, leader.
I think Chairman hasn't gotten the speaker. The idea is that in 25, we should introduce a new clause C that says 25% of monies accruing from the provision of services by convicted persons to third parties. That's what the suggestion is.
So that when you come to 31,
so that
then it becomes 75%.
When we come to 31, then we will specifically say that 75%.
Yes.
So we'll amend only clause 31A by saying 75% of monies accrued from the provision of services by convicted persons to third parties.
We are taking out monies approved by Parliament as a source of funding?
No.
Because that is what 31A says.
No. So in 25, you are adding a new clause. You're adding a new clause. And that new clause will come between the original B and C. So the C becomes that includes monies approved by Parliament. B, monies accruing to the Secretariat in the performance of the functions of the Secretariat. C, monies, 25% of monies accruing from the services provided by the convicted persons to third parties. And then the D will be donations, grants, and gifts. Yes, let me hear former minister responsible for education.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, in some jurisdictions, community service is not paid for. So we are assuming that in our case, service will be paid for. In other places, they direct traffic, guide students to cross street. These are seen as restitution to society and not necessarily paid for. So under those circumstances, revenues may not be accruing.
Well, I think in these circumstances, revenue will accrue.
Speaker.
Because they are going to work for institutions, and they won't work for institutions for free. Yes. Even if it is not in all cases, the few cases that they work for institutions, they will generate revenue. Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I think we should be guided by you to be methodical. Let's take clause 25, funds of the Secretariat, and finish it as guided by you, so that it reads, the funds of the Secretariat include, as you read, A, B, C, now D, which will include 25% of monies accruing from the performance of functions. I will not have traveled the length to add third parties. Why will you add third parties? You are performing a function.
Yes.
Why do you want to define third parties?
Yes.
I'll delete the words third parties and just put the question on 25. Then when we come to 31, we'll be guided, Mr. Speaker, from the guidance. Thank you.
Very well.
As for the Honorable Edichum, he is sharing his California example. This law may be going beyond California.
So I
may
would
be taking best practice for
I would
other
want
parts of the world.
Honorable Haruna Idrisu to own that particular amendment so that I can put a question. Yes, Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want us to think through the third party carefully. If you say, like, I agree with the amendment, except the deletion of the third parties, because if you provide the service, if they are providing the service to the state, it's not third party, and you don't pay for it. So, for example, if the community service requires that you teach in a basic school in a community, government is not going to pay you for the teaching. If it requires that maybe the person is a doctor that has to provide health services to a hospital, that is state, that will not be taking, nobody will pay for that. But if the person is a doctor and he's to provide that service to a private facility, that private facility will have to pay for that service. That is why the third party is there. But if it is to the state, it's not third party, it is to the state. So we wanted to differentiate. Other than that, if you take the third party, then every service that the convicted person provides, they will be chasing you with a bill to pay, even if it is a state institution. And we wanted to avoid that. That's why it was qualified with the third party.
That's why I abandoned my opposition.
Thank you.
Well, then, if necessarily we should use third party, then when we come to interpretation in this peculiar sense, we have to define third party to exclude the government. So, as for that one, the drafters can take care of it for us. I'll put a question on Honorable Haruna Idrisu's amendment on clause 25. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 25 by Haruna Idrisu is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 25 as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 25 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now we move to clause 31.
Sources of monies for the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
This particular amendment will now stand in the name of the minority leader.
Very well. Minority leader have the amendment at page 15 of today's order paper numbered II.
Speaker, with your permission and with the indulgence of this House, I have the permission of the minority leader to move his proposed amendment. Mr. Speaker, that is captured in clause 31 to read, to add the following new paragraph. And I quote, A, monies, if any, accrued from the provision of services by convicted persons to public institutions and public bodies, subject to the conditions in subsection 2, Mr. Speaker, unquote. I so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment by Honourable Jerry Ahmed Shai for and on behalf of Osahin Alexander Kwame Aponyo Makin is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Majority Leader.
I would urge the Minority Leader to drop the proposed amendment, because if you look at it, everything that you have said there properly belongs to regulations. Properly belong. In fact, if you read it, you will see that the Minority Leader himself recognizes that this should be in regulations. That's why in E, he says, and conditions prescribed by regulations under 62 and complied with. So these details about the kind of work that a convicted person can be deployed to do and etc. These are usually matters that fall within the area of regulations, because you need to regulate how they manage, like we have prison regulations and etc. So these are all matters that, in my opinion, properly fit into the domain of regulations, because they are too detailed. I mean, about the kind of work, hazardous work, non-hazardous work, and etc. Oh, is that not what they are looking at? 31. Monies, if any. Oh, okay. Convicted persons. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, mine would be to persuade the Minority Leader, guided by what the Honorable Educhum said a while ago. It is not every service for which there is monetary reward, but that is essentially what is in the proposed amendment of the Minority Leader. If a convicted person is regulating traffic, that's why I'm saying that he should drop it. Then, Mr. Speaker, it's not drafting language to say monies, if any. If any. Why would you use the word if any? You see, you are passing a law. Certainty is important to every legislation. So you can't say money, if any. So I would think that, as the leader said, this would belong to regulations. But given what Honorable Educhum said, he says money accruing for the provision of services by convicted persons to public institutions and public bodies. Those may not be monetary, yet he introduces it with money. So I think that we can take this. When we come to regulations, we would knit it up and say that the minister may, by legislative instrument, provide for some of those things. Thank you.
Honourable members, in addition, what is the difference between public institutions and public bodies?
And Mr. Speaker, again, we need to interrogate the policy consideration here. The whole idea of shifting to community service is to spare the state the cost of maintaining people in prisons. So if the state again has to pay those who provide services under the community service bill, then you haven't saved the state anything. They've still had to pay, So we might as well send them to prison and then, feed them there. So if we are adopting community service as an alternative to custodial sentencing, part of the policy consideration being to save the state money. And then you now say that when they provide the service to the state should pay for the service again. I think that defeats the underlying policy consideration. So I think that his proposal has been captured in the amendment we have already adopted, but then that one is limited to services rendered to private entities or third parties. And we argued against, the state or public corporations paying for the services.
Yes.
Speaker, so far, I think that taking a cue from the Majority Leader, we can say that all of this have been captured in the earlier amendment, as in 25. But if reference is made to public bodies or public institutions, that has not been captured. So I don't know if we would have to look at that under regulations. Yes, but Speaker, there is also the need for us to understand that public institutions and public bodies are not the same. They are not. They are interrelated, but they are not the same. They have different characteristics. And
But
if you give me the permission, I
in
can
the Interpretation Act, person, body, institution are one and the same. Or drafters, is that not the way it is? In the Interpretation Act. So if the Interpretation Act refers to persons, institutions as bodies to mean one thing, in drafting, you cannot say public institutions and public bodies.
Speaker, I don't think I want to belabor this point and go back and forth, but...
No, we will be guided by the Interpretation Act.
Well, Speaker, that is okay. I think that I would drop the amendment for 31A, and then, and I'm sure it may come back looking at some other issues. Yes. All right.
Very well. The amendment numbered II at page 15 to clause 31 accordingly abandoned. Now III.
Speaker, I think that it comes back to the same matter, so I'll drop that for now.
I also accordingly abandoned. Then we move to IV at page 16.
Proposed amendment, delete and insert the following. Sources of monies for the fund. So the sources of monies for the fund include A, monies approved by Parliament. B, at least. So B will now read as follows: 75% of monies accruing to the Secretariat in the performance of the functions of the Secretariat.
No.
Why?
75% of monies accruing from the services rendered.
From the provision of services,
yes,
by convicted persons to third parties.
So, honourable members, the proposed amendment in IV to clause 31 at page 16 is further amended in B by the majority leader. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no.
Sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Beyond the B, we still have C and D.
No, I'm only putting the question on the proposed amendment by the majority leader.
Very well.
So the ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the majority leader is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, Chairman.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Speaker, the C reads as follows: 5% of the share of the District Assembly's common fund for each District Assembly, subject to the formula approved by Parliament in accordance with Article 252 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we intend to abandon C because there are constitutional bottlenecks. We don't want to usurp Parliament's mandate, so we shall abandon
Honourable
C.
members, the proposal is to delete C from the proposed amendment to clause 31. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to 31C is ordered to be deleted. Now, I'll put a question.
Mr. Speaker, so D would now become C.
Yes, they will do the drafters will do the rearrangement of the numbering. So it will now be monies approved by Parliament. Then the B will be monies accruing in the provision of service by 75%. Yeah, that's the drafters will capture it nicely. And then the donations, grant, and gifts. So I'll put a question on the entire proposed amendment to clause 25. As many as to clause 31. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 31 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 32.
Bank accounts for the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. All members, any proposed amendment to clause 32? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 32 standing part of the bill, say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 32 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 32 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Management of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendments, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, if you read 33(2), reference is made to section 27 and 28. So if you cross-reference, you see accounts and audit and annual report. I've seen in addition other reports. Where from those other reports? Because 27 speaks to accounts and audit, and 28 speaks to annual report, which report comes to Parliament. So I would wish, if the chairman cannot explain, the words other reports be deleted, then it can stand. Thank you. Unless he has a convincing explanation.
Yes, chairman will convince you. Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the clause 28, the heading is actually annual reports and other reports. So that is where the phrase other reports is taken from.
You see, in addition to annual reports, there are other reports that must be presented. So they are cross-referencing 27 and 28. Other than that, would have been repeating clause 27 and clause 28 under this provision. So our members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Clause 33 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
Administrative expenses of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 34 standing part of the bill, say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 34 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 34 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 35.
Restrictions on the use of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
35 amendments proposed. Delete objects and insert object.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the entire 35 should be deleted from the bill. It serves no purpose in this bill. You want to restrict on the use of the fund. Go and just ensure that you use the fund for what it's been defined for. This is kind of reverse legislation. You are turning back to pass a law. Do this. It's not the same thing as don't do this, Mr. Speaker. So I don't see what 35 is doing in this bill. Restrictions on the use of the fund. You are not to restrict it. You have to ensure proper and optimal use of the fund. Nothing more. But to legislate and say you are restricting on the use of the fund, Mr. Speaker, is reverse legislation. Thank you.
Honorable Arunaidesu, look at clause 30 of the bill. Clause 30 is saying object of the fund. The object of the fund is to provide financial resources for the rehabilitation of convicted persons, which means apart from the convicted persons, you cannot use this fund for any other purpose. And that's what 35 is saying. And now the rendition is because we draft in singular, and singular means plural. He is trying to delete the S.
So, Mr. Speaker, if you enforce and hold religious fidelity to 30, then it means 35 is not necessary.
They are saying
it's reverse, like you are turning your back. You don't pass, you pass a law frontal. Objects of the fund. You've already said that you want the money to be used for this purpose. So any person who betrays 30 is in breach of the law. Period. But to say that in 35 restriction, Mr. Speaker, is problematic. But I have no. If the promoter and the chairman insist, I'll abandon my opposition.
Well, I get your argument because the object of the fund is for rehabilitation. So the meaning that we can gather from 30 is that
Speaker,
apart from rehabilitation of the convicted person, you can use it for any other thing. So to now come to 35 is duplicitous. Is that not it? Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, this may pass for surplusage, but it is for the sake of emphasis. Emphasis. No, it's important. Emphasis. Emphasis.
Yes.
Speaker, I don't think that the chairman is helping this house at this point. The
Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
Speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I mean,
very well. Then
Chairman
use
is
the
turning his
appropriate
back.
language.
Chairman shouldn't send us back. Just like my respected colleague, senior said, the Minister of Education said, he actually even said it will amount to surplusage.
Yes.
And in drafting, we don't need that. We need to be straight and concise. There has been an object which has been stated as rehabilitation. So anything beyond rehabilitation is the misuse of the fund.
So it will constitute misapplication of the fund,
yes,
which is an offense under the Public Financial Management Act.
Yes, so you don't want to go back there. It's clear in 31 and 30.
So the proposal is to delete the entire clause 35. Very well. I'll put a question on Honorable Haruna Idrisu's proposal to delete clause 35 in its entirety. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 35 is accordingly ordered to be deleted. And consequentially, the proposed amendment at page 17 to clause 35 becomes odious. You can put something on nothing and expect it to stand. It will fall. Now, so amendment number VI, that is a sectional note after clause 35. Amendment proposed, delete probation and insert community service. Yes, that is before clause 36. So I'll call on the chairman to move that amendment.
Yes. So
the drafters will do the renumbering for us.
So, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, delete probation and insert community service. This is a consequential amendment. So wherever you see probation officer now, you'd insert community service.
Yes, it's for the consideration of the House. Any further proposed amendment? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the chairman's amendment, but you reference Department of Social Welfare as if to suggest that there already exist probation officers at the Department of Social Welfare. If you so change the title now, will it be consistent with those probation officers already existing with the Department of Social Welfare? That's just a question that I'll ask.
No, the point is that this law is creating a position of a community service officers. So the function to be performed by the Social Welfare Department will now be performed by the community service officers. That is why consequentially, is that not?
Yes, so, Mr. Speaker, we effected the amendment because even in law, probation officers are associated with juvenile justice. And so we found it very inappropriate to have made provision for probation officers to be the ones to deal with convicts under this scheme of affairs. So yes, under the Social Welfare Department, we have probation officers. But so far as this bill is concerned, we're saying that, look, let's not confuse juvenile justice administration with community service under this particular bill. Besides, community service is...
Chairman, I think this is a consequential amendment.
Absolutely. So,
in the previous clauses, we amended the social welfare officers or social welfare department, and then we replace it with community service officers as created by this bill. So this may be consequential. Yes, Honorable John Darko.
Speaker, with respect, I believe that the amendment here is to change probation officers to community officers. And my senior colleague, I believe unknowingly is misleading the House to tell us that probation officers are regularly associated with juveniles. No, that is not the case. In fact, probation officers, they are criminal justice and social work professionals who supervise convicted offenders, okay, who are serving sentence within the community rather than in prison. And so the reason why they are called probation officers is that they look after those who are on probation. Because you see, you are not going into jail, you are in the community to serve, and that's the probation you are in. And that is why the officers who look after them are referred to as probation officers. There is nowhere you can convince me that probation officers are regularly associated with juveniles. That is completely not the case. And so, Mr. Speaker, I hope that we maintain the probation officers. I was looking for the definition of community service officers, and I didn't see that in this anyways. I don't think there's anything wrong if we maintain probation officers. I think rather it will help what we are seeking to achieve here, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I stand by the proposed amendment. And I said, like I said, this is consequential. I am a bit surprised my colleague is making the case as though when we're dealing with juvenile justice, you don't have convictions. You do have convictions. You do. You do. But, sorry, please, can I make a point? The fundamental issue is that we don't want to transport what obtains in juvenile justice administration to community service intended legislations. That is the rationale. We deliberated upon these matters very extensively at committee stage. So I am very sure and certain about what I'm saying. Council.
Speaker, with respect, I think that the World Probation Officer should be checked by the Speaker or the drafters if it means only those who look after juveniles. There is no way. You look it up.
Well, whether it's meant those who look after juvenile or not, the sponsors of the bill are saying that they will no longer use probation officers. They want to use community service officers. So, period. Because that has been transcend the bill. So if you are against the use of community service officers, then you have a point. Yes. After that, I'll hear the Minister for Interior.
Mr. Speaker, having listened to the chairman, I'm minded to support him, but to say that with the leave of Mr. Speaker, the head note must read community provision officers. Then the word relating it to Department of Social Welfare should be completely deleted so that it will read, for the purpose of this act, a community probation officer may be designated as a community probation officer for the efficient and effective performance of the functions of the Secretariat. So we are now creating it, and we are not making reference to anything which exists, because that one, there's an enactment on it already. The person is his probation officer. So consequentially, wherever you have probation officer, you now have a community probation officer, which now becomes a new creation in this bill, if the chairman finds that acceptable.
Yes, let me hear the minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm supposed to support my chairman just as my chairman supports me. I've been struggling to get the sense in trying to change it from probation to community service, and I didn't get that coming out, because in reality, probation officers are in relation to correctional services, but community service is related to healthcare. So you can check, and I'm saying this because I've been on the health committee for long. Anytime you use community service officers, largely, whether home or abroad, is related to healthcare providers. But probation officers are related to correctional. So I want to get, maybe why we want to change the nomenclature, because I want to bring something that may be unique to our circumstances. But I'm also careful about the terminology that we may use that may create confusion for us. Because frankly speaking, yes, in the social Department of Social Welfare, they use probation officers for juveniles, but it is not only for juveniles. It is not only for juveniles. It is for correction. So they use normally the probation for correctional purposes, and the correction can be juvenile or adults. So Chairman, maybe try and help us, and let's see whether we can understand why you want to change the terminology. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think what the minister has said is the right thing. A probation officer, I just Googled the definition of a probation officer. It says a probation officer is a court-assigned official who supervises individuals sentenced to probation rather than incarceration. Their primary goal is to rehabilitate offenders and protect the public by ensuring they comply with court-ordered conditions such as regular checking, drug testing, and maintaining employment. So I think that we can use probation officer.
The issue is whether or not under this law they will be assigned by the court with the definition that you have read.
Yeah, because it is the court that is sentencing you to community service. So whatever the setup that you are working within, it is considered as similar to the prison arrangement. So that's why it is still a probation officer that will supervise the process.
Very well, Chairman of the committee. I'll come to Zaneto.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, at committee, we came to the conclusion that going along with the original rendition, which is probation officer, down the category of officers who can be deployed by the court for purposes of supervising convicts who would be ordered to serve by rendering community service. So, in fact, there was a definition for community service officers to include prison officers, so that we are not limited to only probation officers who are officers of the social welfare department. Now, what made that position very compelling is the fact that, you see, the prison service has a traditional mandate to handle convicts. And here, make no mistake, the fact that you are ordered by a court to perform community service as an alternative to a custodial sentence will still not take away the power of the prisons to handle you as a convict. That is why we found it expedient to substitute probation officer with community service officer. To be part, in fact, to be at the center, yes, to be at the center of this entire exercise. That is why, Mr. Speaker, you see that right from the outset, we have made a conscious effort to substitute probation officer with community service.
Yes, Honorable Zaneto.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The bill is entitled Community Service Bill. It started off, based on the memorandum that's presented, it started off as the non-custodial sentencing bill. Following stakeholder engagement, it was changed to Community Service Bill. So clearly, by the title of this act, it implies that community service is restricted to this regarding the non-custodial sentencing. So if it's a case that the use of community service officer is not acceptable, then it means the title of the bill must also, because the reason why it was changed to a community service bill. Pardon me.
Please address the chair.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is I'm only saying this in reference to the minister's statement that community service is for health care. But the bill here is making reference to exactly that phrase. So if it's problematic, then it should apply to the title. But if the title is as it is, then I see no reason to change this specific title given to the officers who will be the supervising personnel for these particular offenders. Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes. Let me hear the chairman. I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the interpretation, you find that community service has been defined. So, as follows: community service means unpaid public work performed by a convicted person within a community for the benefit of the community for a period of not more than 6 months, for which the court would have sentenced the convicted person and expressed in hours of service. So, for purposes of supervision, we are saying that in place of probation officer, we'll have community service officer, so that you can deploy prison officers, in some cases immigration officers and fire officers, where prison officers are not readily available, to also have the opportunity to perform the function. And remember that, Mr. Speaker, those who have the statutory mandate to actually deal with convicts are prison officers. But the arrangement where we were expecting probation officers who are from the social welfare department alone to be responsible for the supervision was going to create problems and relegate state institutions clothed with the statutory mandate to handle convicts to now be at the background. That is why we found it necessary to substitute probation officer with community service officers, which is more expansive. That doesn't mean social welfare department will not have a role to play. They are an integral part of the committees and even the secretariat which has been set up to continue to render advice and guidance. But they are not supposed to be at the center of implementation of this particular bill if it becomes an act of parliament. It is for that reason that the prisons officers have been made the coordinators. That is not the original position under this bill. Again, you find that beyond the national coordinator, who is appointed by the president, the prisons director general is the one who is actually supposed to take center stage, because you are talking about convicts. Whose business is it to manage convicts? It's the prison service. That is why the name change came about.
Yes, Honorable Haruna Idris, then I'll come to Honorable
Mr. Speaker, we have heard the chairman. You see, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, Ghana as it is today does not have a community service bill or community service act. You are now with your minister passing a community service act to serve our purposes. Mr. Speaker, there already exists probation officers, as you yourself in clause 36 have admitted. For the purpose of this act, a probation officer of the Department of Social Welfare exists already. So this is the reference. So leave it as it is. Don't bring in any new word. Then we can pass it as it is for you. There already exist probation officers who, within the judicial system, play some role subsequent to conviction and sentencing. They already exist. Why do you want to bring the word community? If you want to bring community, then don't reference social welfare. We now create it now as
Honorable former leader, what I see this bill to be doing is creating a structure. So we have the management board, we have the regional community service committee, then we have district community service committee, and they all have their functions to perform. Now, one of the functions of this community service officer is to coordinate the activities of the community, the district community service committee. So are we saying that it is that officer who is to coordinate the activities of the district community service committees? So being a structure put in place, there is a room for appointment of a community service officer who will have some functions to perform. Because if you look at the functions in 37, though they refer to it as a probation officer, they said a person appointed or designated as a probation officer shall coordinate the activities of the district community service committee in relation to community service orders. B, conduct inquiries into circumstances of convicted persons and report findings to the court in the prescribed form in consultation with the heads of public institutions within the district and community. Identify suitable placement for convicted person. Provide a convicted person with orientations on the goals of community service. Liaise with the court to assign a convicted person to a placement institution to undertake community service. Advise the court on the appointment of a public officer within placement institution as a supervising officer. Ensure the convicted persons complies with community service order. These are the functions the person is expected to perform. So the question therefore is, who appoints, who designates, and whose staff will such a person be? We have to take all this into consideration. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like I said earlier, this is with a lot of difficulty. I think that what the chair needs to be doing is to look at how to amend 36 so that it does not mean the probation officers in reference to the Department of Social Welfare and open it to be brought. Earlier, he himself rightly said, the intention is that, so for example, if in Akachi, we have an immigration officer that we think can be suitable to be appointed as a probation officer, we'll name him as such and carry out the function. But the moment you change the name and you begin using a nomenclature that doesn't exist, what it means is that you want to create another bureaucracy that will make this bill not work. You finish, but the implementation becomes a problem. As we speak, you want clearance to even fill in officers that have retired. It's a problem.
So you are not referring to the probation officer as appointed by the courts?
By the Department of Social Welfare. So the amendment should be focusing towards amending the 36 to mean that probation officers here are not necessarily the member, what we call probation officer, as referred to at the Department of Social Welfare. That should be our effort to open it up to show that any other person can be designated. Because if we come to this place and it's a police officer in that village that, or in that community that we can use, we'll use. If it's an admiral person that we can appoint, if it's an immigration officer, we can simply name him as the probation officer in that community. But if you give it a new nomenclature, it may become a big problem for us in the implementation.
Yes, Honorable John Darko.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you very much.
I think we are getting there.
I'm sure we will. Just to help my brother. Look, as Minister said, Speaker, we don't live on an island. We are part of Committee of Nations. And across the Commonwealth, officers who do these jobs are regularly referred to as probation officers, and in the US, in the UK, and the Commonwealth nations. And so maintaining this brings some clarity. And just to help my sister from Clote, Mr. Speaker, if you look at His Majesty's Prison and Probation Service, they define the role of a probation officer.
Okay.
And it says that one of the roles of a probation officer...
How do we distinguish that probation officer from the probation officer under the Department of the Social Welfare?
Okay, so Mr. Speaker, that is what Minister is saying, that the interpretation of probation officers should be made open to include the court-appointed probation officers, not just the social welfare.
No, from what the minister
officers.
is saying,
yes,
it is possible that out of the composition of the district committee, they can pick an immigration officer as the designated either community service or the probation officer. Now, I'm saying that that officer that they are going to pick, the Department of Social Welfare also have their structure that refer to it as a probation officer. How do we then distinguish between the probation officer under the community service from the probation officer under the Department of the Social Welfare?
Thank you very much.
That is why they are changing the name from a probation officer to a community service officer. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think we are having this confusion because we are not adverting our minds to a subsequent amendment by the chairman.
Yes.
If you see the subsequent amendment on page 18, community service officer, it says that 36A, a court shall, in consultation with the district community service committee, designate a person in the public services as a community service officer for the efficient and effective performance of the functions of the secretariat at the districts. A person qualifies to be designated as a community service officer if the person has the requisite knowledge and expertise in social work or the criminal justice system. So that is what should take the place of, I think, clause 36. So now we have a clause 36, 1 and 2. That's the actual proposal of the
Yes, I think this was the argument when we were doing the regional community service officer. So my understanding is that there will be the structure from national, region, and the district level. So already for the region, the amendment has been carried out. That is what is informing this amendment to be consequential. So if you change it here to probation officer, we have to go back to the region and change that one again to a probation officer.
Speaker, with respect, I thought that is what this was supposed to do, that we're not going to be using community service officers. Rather, throughout, we'll be using the probation officers.
You see, if it happens like that, then there is a difficulty distinguishing this officer from the Department of Social Welfare officer, which they may have at the district level. Because the functions of that probation officer under the Social Welfare Department is quite different from the functions of this community officer. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, having listened to the minister and the chairman, I now strongly support the chairman if I read page 18, community service officer. What the chairman ought to have explained to the House was that he is substituting 36 for this new sub-clause. And for that matter, we support it. So you are taking off the original in the bill 36 and substituting it with the 36 in page 18. Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman. Thank you. And it's exactly what the minister himself explained when he said any other officer within the public service could be designated for that purpose. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, so may I then move the amendment? May I move 36? No.
Yes, you may proceed to move your amendment.
So, Mr. Speaker, we have Now, the second
So move
amendment.
the amendment VI, and let me put a question.
VI, so amendment proposed, delete probation and insert community service.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. VIII. Still 36.
Mr. Speaker, VII stands in the name of the minority leader. But given the
Yes, VII is in the name of Osahin Alexander coming up on your matter.
Yes, Speaker. I have the authority of the minority leader to move this amendment, Mr. Speaker, clause 36. Mr. Speaker, with the new community service officer in mind, instead of probation officer, Mr. Speaker, I move that clause 36 be deleted and the following as proposed by the Osahene be inserted. And Mr. Speaker, that will read 36.1, for the purposes of this act, a community officer of the Department of Social Welfare shall be designated as probation officer, as community officer for the efficient and effective performance of the functions of the Secretariat at the district. 2, a person shall not be designated as community service officer under subsection 1 unless that person has undergone training on the administration of community service orders as prescribed by the Secretariat. 3, the Secretariat shall, in consultation with the Department of Social Welfare, develop and periodically review a training curriculum for community service officers under this act. And for Mr. Speaker, the Secretariat shall maintain an updated register of all designated community service officers. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I will respectfully urge my colleague who proposed the amendment on behalf of the minority leader to abandon same. Mr. Speaker, I urge him to abandon this amendment because our subsequent amendment under 36(1) puts things in proper perspective. And you will see that under 36(1), provision has been made for social workers. That is, if it is convenient to do so, to be appointed as community service officers. In addition to that, if the committee so determine that the available officers are prison officers, immigration officers, persons with the requisite knowledge and expertise in the criminal justice system can also be appointed. And so, therefore, to limit the officers who can perform or supervise convicts in the delivery of community service to probation officer and then proceed to now spell out certain functions of the probation officer would defeat the very essence of the proposed amendment we have under 36(1). And so in those circumstances, I would urge them to abandon the amendment because...
Very well. So let me open the clause 36.
Community service officer.
So I'll take your amendment having been moved. Yes?
Yeah, Speaker, just to respond briefly to my brother, I think that we have to stop the situation where we can oppose everything that is coming from this side. Because if you are looking at this critically, you see...
Honorable John Dako, with all due respect, you are entitled to oppose an amendment, you are entitled to support the amendment. So if you take it that every amendment emanating from this side, that doesn't happen during the legislative process.
Speaker, I'm
So
advised.
it's not the appropriate language to be used.
Speaker, I'm advised. Thank you. The point I'm making, Speaker, is that if you look at the amendment by the Osahini and the amendment proposed by my brother, they can really be infused. Because I don't know how you convince me to abandon this particular amendment, which requires that the Secretariat shall, in consultation with the Department of Social Welfare, develop and periodically review a training curriculum for probation officers. How do you say that this should be abandoned? I think, yes, but there is nothing wrong with it because you want the department to do its job. And Mr. Speaker, look at the four. That the Secretariat shall maintain an updated register.
If you look at page 18,
yes, Mr. Speaker.
They are saying a court shall, in consultation with the district community service, a structure established by this law, designate or appoint a community service officer. Now, this particular officer, with my understanding, is different from the officer at the social welfare department. So, in a district, a police officer may be a community service officer. In another district, the immigration officer may be the officer for the community service. In another district, it may be a prison service officer. That is why they are stating that the person should have a background in social welfare or criminal justice. So this is parallel to the probation officer under the social welfare department.
Okay, so.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, I think the objectives captured in 36, 1, 2, 3, 4 have been amply catered for in the new clause 36, 1 and 2. The amendment of the minority leader seeks to define who the probation officer should be, that it has to be the Department of Social Welfare officer. That's what I see in clause 36.1, where it says, for the purposes of this act, a probation officer of the Department of Social Welfare shall be designated as a probation officer for the efficient and effective performance of the functions of the Secretariat at the districts. And we said we want to separate the Department of Social Welfare in the district from the apparatus in the district that we use to administer this act. So that is an argument that we have already made and adopted as a House. Then you now go to the qualification. A person shall not be designated as a probation officer under subsection 1 unless that person has undergone training on the administration of community service orders as prescribed by the Secretariat. But here, there is a subtle provision for that by saying that a person qualifies to be designated as a community service officer if the person has the requisite knowledge and expertise in social work or the criminal justice system. So your objective is also amply captured there. Then the third one, the Secretariat shall, in consultation with the Department of Social Welfare, develop and periodically review a training curriculum for probation officers under this act. I mean, these are things that I think should belong to regulations. They are administrative matters. We cannot, unless when we're dealing with, let's say, the Ghana Law School legislation, we haven't dealt with, legislation establishing a criminal justice system, and we are so interested in such details such as the curriculum for the training of the persons who will administer the system. So I think that though with all good intentions, but really it is at the level of administration and perhaps even regulations. That's why we are pleading with you that we should abandon it, because at the time that the minority leader proposed this other proposal was not there. He was trying to improve on the original clause, 36. But now that the committee itself has done the improvements, I urge that we adopt that of the committee and abandon the proposal contained in VII. Therefore, the Secretariat shall maintain an updated register of all designated probation officers. You see, in the current structure, the court, in consultation with the District Community Service Committee, shall designate a person. So once the court has designated a person, the court knows who the person is in the district. Are you getting it? So the Secretariat, as a matter of course, will definitely have a list of all of the community service officers across the country. So if you say the Secretariat shall maintain an updated register of all designated probation officers, that's just a matter of course, administratively. Why we will be legislating a matter like this, that's the concern, that you don't legislate something like that because it will administratively happen. Once the courts designate them, the Secretariat will be interested in knowing who is their designated officer in each district. So they will definitely compile the register and have that information. So you may not need to legislate it. That's the advice. If you need that information, you go to any court, and the district, and then the court will tell you who the probation officer designated by the court is in that district. So you have that information. So we're just pleading that you drop it so that we can move.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Leader. Just to make the last point, that when you look at the four, Leader, it is important. I think in this House, I've seen laws which have designated. Yeah, we can add that as 3 in 30 states where we have made these laws, to maintain such register, because they need to know that there's a law that requires them to do that.
Honorable Member, I think when we are doing law for Chartered Institute of Marketers, Chartered Institute of Accountants, Chartered Institutes of Engineers, then we are talking about the register of those people. But if you are talking about appointment of people, we don't use the word have and maintain the register of the appointees. No. Because these are people going to be appointed or designated. Unless you can show me a law that will say that people who are going to be appointed to perform public function, we should have a register for them. No. These are administrative provisions, and at best will be guided by the regulations, like the training program. We do not make a substantive act to regulate training of employees. It is the regulations that will come out with that. So most of the laws, if you see it, it gives room for the institution coming out with all those programs, because these are administrative decisions that will have to be taken and be regulated as such by the regulations of the institution, but not the substantive act. Now, when you put it in the substantive act that they should do a training program, if it did not happen, for every act that creates things like this, there must be a corresponding punishment for it. So are we going to provide a punishment for it in case of a default? So these things end up in the regulations rather than being in the substantive act. It becomes administrative decision.
Okay.
So, Mr. Speaker, the proposal is to, at least I believe we have made progress in terms of abandoning 36, 1, 2, 3 of the proposed amendment, but we are looking at how to adopt 36, 4. The Secretariat shall maintain an updated register of all designated probation officers. And the thinking, Mr. Speaker, your guidance will be helpful here, is if we could move this to the functions of the Secretariat in clause 3. So that we can
let me find out from you.
Yeah.
The social welfare department that have a probation officers, do they have and maintain a register of those probation officers?
They are...
So how do you want to put it here? Can you show me the register of the probation officers of the social welfare?
Maybe we should be debating the value of having a register of probation officers. We should be debating that.
Speaker, leader wants us to debate whether even keeping the register is important. I think it is because you're looking at a situation where the court will have to appoint these persons. And so you have to have the pool of people who will be available for the appointment. Otherwise, what is going to happen is that at every point in time, we now have to go and look for probation officers. Now, how do you know whether in Akachi South District there are 10 probation officers? Yes, community service provider officers, if there's no register for them. What that would mean is that at any point in time, the court will have to now go out looking out for who can we appoint as community service officer for this person. We have to have a pool which will aid the court and the secretariat to make the appointment.
The court appoints the juror. Do we have a register of them from which the appointment is made?
Okay.
The answer is no. So why are we trying to do this when it comes to the community service officers? From the explanation of the minister, if the person is an immigration officer within the district and has a background in criminal justice or social work, such a person qualifies to be registered. So are we going to put them together as a pool from the pool before the appointment to be made? And if such be the case, who will be responsible? Because until you are appointed, you are not a community service officer. So which institution will be responsible for those register out of which the people will then be appointed? So there will be real difficulty. But it's for the House to take decision on. Yes, Honorable Ahmed.
Speaker, this is not to debate your stance. I just have a little bit of a departure from what you have just said. That, Speaker, sometimes you see, I believe the law is dynamic. So there could be instances we may want to consider a certain initiative. We can always be sticking to one side of the thing to say that, oh, because it has been this all the time. Because I know that's largely your style, that because there is no precedent on this or that. But Speaker, you can be a precedent. You will be a reason for a precedent. So going forward, people can even quote you that you provided or suggested this.
Yeah,
and it's a good initiative.
So whose responsibility will it be to have that pool?
Speaker, that's what I'm saying, that if we should think deeper, if you have the pool, it is for the employer to know that these are the people I'm recruiting, and that is their registry or register I have. So you can always refer to that pool to make a determination as to who you are sending where or who is on duty at a particular point in time. But Speaker, I'm not.
So, for instance, today, if the police, they want to do recruitment, do they have a pool from which they do the recruitment? When it gets there, people to be recruited apply. You look at their background and determine that this person qualifies. Then you pick the person. Today, if Parliament wants to employ, they don't have a pool from which they will pick the people. You advertise the employment, people apply. Out of the people who apply, you look at their background and give it to the deserving person. So in view of that, that is why this is the proposal is looking very novel.
You're entirely right. The only thing I'm saying with this one is that this is an extraordinary situation where these community service officers are also empowered to ensure rehabilitation. They should be men and women who may have lived lives worthy of emulation. And you can have a certain way to track them to know that this person, A or B or C, is one who has not perhaps committed any form of crime before, has lived his life, and we can. Speaker, so all of these are reasons. But, I mean, I leave that to your discretion totally.
Oh, no, it's for the House to decide. Yes, let me hear from you, then I can come to.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I think it is not very necessary to have that register or the pool. That can be cured by the terms by which they will recruit these people. And regulations can come out of this act, and that may specify how these people can be selected. The challenge of keeping a register is that you then have to define how people get onto the register, how they will remain on the register, what can take them off the register, that, like what happens to regulated professionals like lawyers, like doctors. There are clear conditions under which you can get onto the register and what type of registers are even kept. So I will support the call that it should not be a defined pool there, because we already have a criteria by which the pool will be selected. When the time is up, they will advertise, and you have to meet that criteria. If they need to do background checks on you, all those background checks can be done to cure what the leader has just suggested from the other side. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Yes, so, Mr. Speaker, the professor has summed up very well. And in fact, the summary finds expression in our proposed amendment where the criteria has been set. 36.2, it says a person qualifies to be designated as a community service officer if the person has the requisite knowledge and expertise in social work or the criminal justice system. This particular provision makes it unnecessary to keep such a register, because at any given time you know the criteria to use to select your community service officers.
Well, Honorable John Dako, should I put the question on your proposed amendment? You abandon it. Well, the proposed amendment is accordingly abandoned. Then still on 36 VIII. Chairman of the committee. Speaking to the microphone.
Sorry, amendment proposed, delete and insert the following. Community service officer, 36.1. A court shall, in consultation with the district community service committee, designate a person in the public services as a community service officer for the efficient and effective performance of functions of the secretariat at the districts. 2, a person qualifies to be designated as a community service officer if the person has the requisite knowledge and expertise in social work or the criminal justice system.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll put a question on entire clause 36. In the absence of any further amendment, the question is those in favor of clause 36 as amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 36 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37.
Functions of a community service officer.
Amendment proposed. Head note, delete probation officer and insert community service officer.
Honourable members, this is consequential. I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37X.
Amendment proposed. Subclause 1. Opening phrase after person, delete appointed or, and delete probation and insert community service. This is also consequential.
This is also consequential. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. XI.
Amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph J, line 1. Before sensitize, insert in collaboration with relevant agencies.
Yes, honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. XII.
Amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph K, line 2. Delete probation and insert community service. Again, this is consequential.
Members, this is also consequential. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. XII.
Amendment proposed, subclause 2, opening phrase, line 1. Delete probation and insert community service.
Members, this is also consequential. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on clause 37 as variously amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 37 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. And I will direct the drafters to do all the consequential amendments regarding probation officer and community service officer. So drafters kindly take notes. Clause 38.
Supervising officer.
Amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 3. Delete probation and insert community service.
Honourable members, this is also consequential. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. XV. Chairman of the committee.
Amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph C, line 2. Delete probation and insert community service.
It's also consequential. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. XVI.
Amendment proposed, subclause 3, paragraph D, line 1. Delete probation and insert community service.
Members, this is also consequential. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on entire clause 38. As many as are in favor of clause 38 as amended standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed clause 38 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
Community service as an alternative punishment.
Yes, Honorable John Dako.
Speaker, with respect, I mean, if we may avert our minds to the 30A3, please, if I can take you back. I'm not sure, the way I'm reading 3A, B, and C, whether it sounds right in English. For a supervising officer is in the performance of functions under subsection 2. So, for instance, if you take C2, exhibit high moral character and integrity, the reading doesn't sound about right to me. I don't know whether the Speaker has seen it. I think we need to correct these ones, Speaker.
So you are referring to 38.2? Are you referring to 38.2?
Speaker, 38. So there's one, and here it's even, okay, I don't know, even the numbering is wrong. So here is 38, 1, then 38. Okay, so 38.3. A supervising officer is in the performance of functions under subsection 2. Then C, to exhibit high, how the reading, when it comes to C specifically. But that's not how you read, so if you can check. C, so the three will read.
So what is your proposal?
Mr. Speaker, let me read it again, but because this doesn't sound about right to me, so maybe just if you give me a second, I can read and then come back.
Very well. So we move to clause 39.
Community service as an alternative punishment.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Amendment proposed, delete and insert the following. Community service as an alternative punishment. 39, where a court convicts an accused person for the commission of a misdemeanor or any other offense specified in section 40, the court may, in passing sentence, grant the option of the performance of community service by the convicted person as an alternative punishment. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further, yes, Minister for Interior.
Mr. Speaker, sorry. I will be grateful if the chairman explain the difference between what he's proposing and what's already in the bill. Well, we need to get the sense of.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, what is in the bill in line 2 talks about the commission of a minor offense. But you find that we have actually deleted minor offense and inserted misdemeanor. This language accords with the language of the Criminal and Other Offences Act. So the amendment makes it very clear. I mean, for the sake of clarity, this is a better rendition. Thank you.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that the only thing was that the amendment could have simply been delete minor offenses and in its place insert misdemeanor.
Yes.
So, because that makes the easier to follow than to take the whole thing and put a whole sentence.
Very well. With the explanation, can we carry out what is here? So I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes.
Speaker, with respect to what I suggested, if I can bring a rendition.
Very well.
That will make it read.
Let's deal with 39, then we can come to that.
Okay, sure.
As many as are in favor of clause 39 as amended standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those are that is after clause 39. Those in favor of the proposed amendment standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 39 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you very much. So, having read it, Speaker, my proposal is that Yes, 38, Speaker. Yes. So 38.3 to 38.3b, the Speaker, we put is required before to exhibit high moral character and integrity. So it will read, a supervising officer is in the performance of functions under subsection 2, the Speaker, I'll read from B, directly responsible to the court and the probation officer concerned, and is required to exhibit high moral character and integrity.
You are talking about 38.3.
38.3, yes, Mr. Speaker.
38.3.
Yes, Speaker.
As in the original rendition.
Yes, Speaker.
A supervising officer is in the performance of the functions under section 2.
So if you are reading C, we have to take it from B for it to make sense. And so the original rendition is that.
So even it's applicable to A. So I will refer this to the drafters to tidy it up for us.
It's required.
Yes. So now amendment number XVII, with a proposed new clause. Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, this is for the minority leader, Hussaini Afenomakin. I've spoken to the majority leader who has magnanimously granted me the opportunity to request of you to have it deferred so that, so that he takes it himself. Because the original agreement was for us to finish at 39. And he wants to look at it personally.
Well, is that the sense of the House? Accordingly, the proposed amendment as a new clause after 39 is deferred. Now, clause 40.
Offences suitable for community service.
Chairman of the committee.
Amendment proposed, subclause 2, opening phrase, line 1. Delete despite and insert for the purposes of.
Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, the proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. XXI.
Amendment proposed, subclause 2, add the following new paragraph after paragraph A. B, a term of imprisonment only. 40.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further proposal? In the absence of any further proposal, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. SXII.
Amendment proposed, add the, sorry?
The chairman wants to take the minority leader's proposed amendments, but Speaker, if it flows from my original request. Yes, to have it deferred, respectfully.
Very well, in that case, I cannot put a question on the entire clause 40. Very well. Accordingly, that amendment is deferred. We move to clause 40.